was the Tao. All things issue from it. All things return to it. When you recognize the children and find the mother, you will be free of sorrow. If you close your mind in judgments and traffic with desires, your heart will be troubled. If you keep your mind from judging and aren't led by the senses, your heart will find peace. Seeing into darkness is clarity. Knowing how to yield is strength. Use your own light and return to the source of light. This is called practicing eternity. 50. Be aware when things are out of balance. Stay centered within the Tao. When rich speculators prosper, while farmers lose their land, it is not in keeping with the Tao. 54. Whoever is planted in the Tao will not be rooted up. Whoever embraces the Tao will not slip away. Her name will be held in honor from generation to generation. Let the Tao be present in your life, and you will become genuine. Let it be present in your country, and your country will be an example to all countries in the world. Let it be present in the universe, and the universe will sing. How do I know this is true? By looking inside myself. 55. He who is in harmony with the Tao is like a newborn child. Its bones are soft, its muscles are weak, but its grip is powerful. It doesn't know about the union of male and female. It can scream its head off all day, yet it never becomes hoarse. So complete is its harmony. The Master's power is like this. He lets all things come and go effortlessly, without desire. He never expects results. Thus he is never disappointed. He is never disappointed. Thus his spirit never grows old. Don't talk. Those who talk don't know. Close your mouth. Block off your senses. Blunt your sharpness. Untie your knots. Soften your glare. Settle your dust. This is the primal identity. Be like the Tao. It can't be approached or withdrawn from, benefited or harmed, honored or brought into disgrace. It gives itself up continually. is why it endures. 57. Tao. Stop trying to control. Let go of fixed plans and concepts, and the world will govern itself. The more prohibitions you have, the less virtuous people will be. The more weapons you have, the less secure people will be. The more subsidies you have, the less self-reliant people will be. Therefore, the Master says, I let go of the law, and people become honest. I let go of economics, and people become prosperous. I let go of religion, and people become serene. I let go of all desire for the common good and honest. If a country is governed with repression, the people are depressed and crafty. When the will to power is in charge, the higher the ideals, the lower the results. Try to make people happy, and you lay the groundwork for misery. Try to make people moral, and you lay the groundwork for vice. Thus the Master is content to serve as an example, and not forward, but supple, radiant, but easy on the eyes. 59. For governing a country well, there is nothing better than moderation. The mark of a moderate man is freedom from his own ideas. Tolerant like the sky, all-pervading like sunlight, firm like a mountain, supple like a tree in the wind. He has no destination in view, and makes use of anything life happens to bring his way. Nothing is impossible for him. Because he has let go, he can care for the people's welfare, as a mother cares for her child. 60. Governing a large country is like frying a small fish. Will have no power. Not that it isn't there, but you'll be able to step out of its way. Give evil nothing to oppose, and it will disappear by itself. It becomes like the sea. All streams run downward into it. The more powerful it grows, the greater the need for humility. Humility means trusting the Tao, thus never needing to be defensive. A great nation is like a great man. When he makes a mistake, he realizes it. Having realized it, he admits it. Having admitted it, he corrects it. He considers those who point out his faults as his most benevolent teachers. He thinks of his enemy as the shadow, that he himself casts. If a nation is centered in the Tao, if it nourishes its own people and doesn't meddle in the affairs of others, it will be a light to all nations in the world. 62. The Tao is the center of the universe, the good man's treasure, the bad man's refuge. Honors can be bought with fine words. Respect can be won with good deeds. But the Tao is beyond all value, and no one can achieve it. Thus, when a new leader is chosen, don't offer to help him with your or your expertise. Offer instead to teach him about the Tao. Why did the ancient masters esteem the Tao? Because being one with the Tao, when you seek, you find. And when you make a mistake, you are forgiven. That is why everybody loves it. 63. Act without doing. Work without effort. Think of the small as large, and the few as many. Confront the difficult while it is still easy. Accomplish the great task by a series of small acts. The master never reaches for the great. Thus she achieves greatness. When she runs into a difficulty, she stops and gives herself to it. She doesn't cling to her own comfort. Thus, problems are no problem for her. 64. What is rooted is easy to nourish. What is recent is easy to correct. What is brittle is easy to break. What is small is easy to scatter. Prevent trouble before it arises. Put things in order before they exist. A giant pine tree grows from a tiny sprout. The journey of 1,000 miles starts from beneath your feet. Starts from beneath you. Rushing into action, you fail. Trying to grasp things, you lose them. Forcing a project to completion, you ruin what was almost ripe. Therefore, the master takes action by letting things take their course. He remains as calm at the end as at the beginning. He has nothing, thus has nothing to lose. What he desires is non-desire. What he learns is to unlearn. He simply reminds people of who they have always been. He cares about nothing but the Tao. Thus, he can care for all things. 65. The ancient masters didn't try to educate the people, but kindly taught them to not know. When they think that they know the answers, people are difficult to guide. When they know that they don't know, people can find their own way. If you want to learn how to govern, avoid being clever or rich. The simplest pattern is the clearest. Content with an ordinary life, you can show all people the way back to their own true nature. '66. All streams flow to the sea because it is lower than they are. Humility gives it its power. If you want to govern the people, you must place yourself below them. If you want to lead the people, you must learn how to follow them.
Is it more like what?
It's crazy, Lola. He keeps
The
doing that.
master is above the people, and no one feels oppressed. She goes ahead of the people, and no one feels manipulated. The whole world is grateful to her, because she competes with no one. No one can compete with her. 67. Some say that my teaching is nonsense. Others call it lofty, but impractical. But to those who have looked inside themselves, this nonsense makes perfect sense. And to those who put it into practice, this loftiness has roots that go deep.
Beautiful she is.
I have just 3 things to teach: simplicity, patience, compassion. These 3 are your greatest treasures. Simple in actions and in thoughts, you return to the source of being.
Pattern of fraud without specific examples against specific
Patient with both friends and
examinations
enemies.
being conducted. It too
In
shall
accord with the way things
designated
are.
numbers of the proceeding.
Compassionate toward yourself,
Or the board's appointed hearing officer or board.
you reconcile all beings in the mind.
Patience. Rule effectively.
68. The best athlete wants his opponent at his best.
That's called thinking they're smart. This guy can't pick a stock better than a
The best
10-year-old.
general
This guy's a...
enters the mind of his enemy. The best businessman serves the communal good. The best leader follows the will of the people. All of them embody the virtue of non-competition. Not that they don't love to compete, but they do it in the spirit of play. In this, they are like children, and in harmony with the Tao. 69. The generals have a saying: rather than make the first move, it is better to wait and see. Rather than advance an inch, it is better to retreat a yard. This is called going forward without advancing, pushing back without using weapons. There's no greater misfortune than underestimating your enemy. Underestimating your enemy means thinking that he is evil. Thus, you destroy your three treasures and become an enemy yourself. When two great forces oppose each other, the victory will go to the one that knows how to yield. 70. My teachings are easy to understand and easy to put into practice. Yet your intellect will never grasp them. And if you try to practice them, you'll fail. My teachings are older than the world. How can you grasp their meaning?
Shut up.
I mean, like,
If you want to know me, look inside.
I mean, science has, definitely been demonstrated to have more utility for understanding things about the world. Well, philosophy.
Within science.
Yeah. I mean, I know there's philosophical component for philosophy to the scientific method, if that's what you mean.
It's not the case. Philosophy is now more powerful than ever in history because law is basically philosophy. Like, for example, this Congress, these people who are in the Congress, they are philosophers. Law, and we are living in the rule of law. So we are really in the rule of philosophy.
Wait, I'm sorry. Marcus, I'm going to switch from my iPad to my phone. I'll be right back.
Yeah. For some reason, I can never get it to work on my iPad, which sucks.
Just weird, man. Like, what was the need of bringing in slavery? He said that we're not granting him his position only because, like, I don't know, we're theists, or I don't know, the religion doesn't allow for thoughts such as his. Just completely like an assumption. He made like a generalized sweet brush stroke across like all theists in the room, assuming like they're Christian or they hold to religion or something. And then he hit on slavery and he kept pushing it.
How hard did he push it?
Yeah. I mean, I know that was one of his main objections to essentially the idea of why the God of the Bible, the objection that God of the Bible being worshipped.
Necro, how do you defend, though, against the word law and God both being three-letter words? Aren't they just synonymous? God, law, law, God. See what I'm saying?
Love is the law.
So
Love under will.
No, I mean, seriously, Necro, how do you defend against the word connection?
I mean, God, law, ass, they all are three letters. So.
Well, you can be a little ass. You can be a little, baby, little child when it comes to having a conversation about words. But that's a you problem. I think you don't have body consciousness, and that's why you call yourself Necro. That's why you're probably very pale. Maybe your hair is oily at this very moment. Maybe your skin isn't feeling so great. Maybe you get a couple zits. Like, how's your body consciousness? If you think you know everything, like, is your body healthy? Is your body intelligent? Or is it just your clubhouse, rhetoric?
Yeah, I mean, just in general, I don't know the point of why you asked me these questions, John, essentially.
John, is that you, the picture?
Necro, I'm being facetious because you spend so much time, essentially just making fun of people who want to be metaphysical and philosophical and saying, what they're saying is stupid.
Well, it's just difficult for me to say a lot of things you say seriously, John, ultimately.
Well, that's okay. I feel the same way about you. I think you're a huge waste of time, but I came here to essentially tell you about the secret connection between words. You might think that's stupid. You might think that's comical, but I think it's a you problem.
Yeah.
And you contributed to my campaign for Congress, so I'm fighting for guys like you, Dr. Necro.
Not necessarily.
I mean, we're making big progress in the campaign, Necro. We're filing subpoenas. We're filing motions to dismiss. We are taking on the Illinois State Board of Election and these crony lawyers who are restricting ballot access because of young men and your shekels, Dr. Necro.
Oh my God. What's up, John? So, are you about to win your election by what? Not kicking everybody out, all the other candidates off the ballot?
I'm attempting to force petition counts and determine whether or not, because the State Board of Election gets to determine your final number line by line, not the candidates, not the lawyers. You just have to file the right paperwork, and you can force a count.
No, I know. But your strategy to try to win the election can't be disqualify my opponents.
That's not a strategy. This is the law. And that's why guys like Necro just ran away, because they don't want to talk about the law. They want to say, that the law doesn't come from God.
Yeah. CM, did you ask Draco?
No, I just got here. Oh man, you should have called me out like that. I don't know.
So Narja's.
No, hold on. Yeah, Kitover, just shut the fuck up.
What is it, John? John, what is that?
No, shut up.
I was going to ask you, can we do a thelemitic reading to teach these fools about philosophy?
No, hold on.
Definitely.
Toast has an important question to ask.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead,
Anyway,
Dr. Toast.
Draco, are you there, buddy? Draco.
Do you have
I need more than a thumbs up. Yeah, I need more than a thumbs up.
Do you have something interesting to say, Toast?
Shut up, Kitover. Yeah, we'll just okay.
Is there a philosophy of music? I mean, it was better than saying, "Hey, Draco, are you here?" Because, that's not interesting.
John, shut the fuck up, okay? Shut the fuck up.
What do you mean to John?
That Toast.
He's literally he's literally noise flowing right now.
Toast, go back into the toaster. No need to use profanity with me, Dr. Toast.
Shut the fuck up.
Toast is under the impression that you're black. It's true.
Draco, are you here?
Yeah, I am extremely glad. Like, seriously, yeah, but seriously. I'm being serious. You wouldn't lie to me, would you? No, I'm not black. Fuck. Fuck.
Why did you think that? I don't get it.
I had it in my. I don't know why. I just had it in my head for some reason.
Dude, you're sounds like
Probably the whitest man in the room right now.
yeah, he sounded like some straight up country white boy. Like, I would be shocked if he was black. Nah, you can't.
White like toast.
Yeah, it's like fucked up. Like Draco's such like a dumb fuck. I thought he was black. I think that's what my problem was.
We are getting philosophical up in here. There's too many philosophers in this room.
John, shut up.
I know, John. I know.
I think I'm gonna leave you guys to be with you.
Welcome back to the Philosophy Room, put on by Narjes Draco and Megatron. Megatron survived the black hole, the pit of despair, otherwise known in prison as the Gulag. He is a survivor, and he is here now, a philosopher, a Muslim man, and a Catholic man dedicated to studying the Quran, the glorious Quran, and studying the Bible. And Megatron is dedicated to discussing the deepest, most philosophical, and religiously important topics of our time. I give you Bible and Quran philosophy. We are a competitor to Sam Rosen's room, where he also sits there and talks about Quran all day long for years now, I believe. Has Sam Rosen been here for like 3 years now, just talking nonstop and creating spreadsheets about Islam? You would know, Narges.
Yes, I do. They're really long.
What do you do to defend Jews, John? At least he's defending Jews.
That PowerPoint presentation of like his reputation against like literalist Islam is getting longer and longer by the day. I just love Sam.
And what is your philosophy? How to solve Middle East problem?
Where's the Middle East?
Told where Islam came from and Christianity.
What's Islam?
At some point in our guess, we should only let people like Matthew and stuff like that, like people who can disagree and have conversations.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really going to like add-ons and stuff like that.
These are idiotic little kids. Like none of their conversations have any weight because I think they just want to be like contrarians. And what's really pathetic is that they put it all on like the theist who they assume has like biased or indoctrinated sort of, conservative views, whilst we're not those people. Really not. This is why I don't call myself like anything.
Now just have a little bit of empathy, bro.
Why don't you just call yourself a Sufi, Narges?
They are a perennialist of some kind. Like it's usually I changed from all. I think I've always been like that. Just didn't grow up with any sort of ridiculous food. That's all.
Yo.
What's up, bro?
Doing fine. What about you?
What's fun? Like Rick, they said off building theirs.
I see philosophy and Quranic patriarchs. What is this?
But Draco, do know that Matthew and the rest of them too were hardcore sort of traditionalists. However, like in the rational, like Shia traditionalists, and they completely collapsed that model. Like they just dropped it overnight. And it's been years that they've been working on like rationalist views. I mean, they still call themselves Muslims and fall under like Islam somehow. But I think it's very like hardcore rationalist Islam, more like the Mu'tazilates and that era.
Why do they follow Khamenei? Like, how did that happen?
I think I have a control, to like
Well, they take it very seriously.
it's just to add shock value.
Hey, Narges, I just want to briefly say that there is a critical component of philosophy which not a lot of people think about. It's time management.
Congress, hold on a second. That's pretty shocking if you're trying to get talks about, as an Iranian, I don't think anyone would do that unless they were serious.
No, I've asked a few times. Maybe found out.
نه واقعا دوری خط میکنن واسه
دلم برات خیلی تنگ شده.
That's the irony of it. Like, because I hold to most of those philosophies, but it just doesn't, it's not compatible. That's why I'm saying it's just there to create like those kind of shock value. Because most people would like deny it or refute it. So it's like a noble lie.
Narges, the best philosophy is the book club where we read books to each other instead of talking all the time.
Those were such good days, John. Nowadays, it's just so busy. I don't know doing what.
Well, nobody here reads books. All they do is just sit here and, practice words, and it's like not getting anybody anywhere. I'm just saying there's like intelligence deals with hypnosis. And this app is essentially an audiobook. And unfortunately, a lot of people choose to listen to a lot of low IQ communication. Thus, we should all raise our intelligence and vibration and force ourselves to at least share a couple passages from a book now and again.
I agree.
Give an example.
Give an example, John. Should we tell them the book we read?
I mean, if it's interesting, if it's smart, why not?
Are you open to it?
Man, that sounds like the occult. The occult, I don't know how to pronounce this. Is it?
Oh my God, you're so intuitive.
Yeah.
Really nice stuff in that.
Okay, give an example.
But some of the things, like Alistair Crowley said, it really has a lot of depth in it. And I think his movement on skulls is where it's like downstream. Only the power of the and all of those.
Listen, if you want to hear the occult, just read Rumi love poetry. That's like as occult as it gets.
I don't know about that. Let me read two more. John, you want to read one? My dog is biting my face.
Yeah. Yo, did you know I was on a live with Mikhail? Actually, Sela was there for a moment.
Yeah, I talked to Mikhail the other day.
You participated in that money-making racket.
No, so you need to understand, it's not a money-making stuff. It's just like, it's literally talks we have on Clubhouse.
Yeah.
And, yeah,
Bullshit.
I swear. No, who cares about money? There's no.
He does. He was recruiting people at the expense of the innocent lives, etc. that he fights for so much for Palestine, and he was like interviewing Zionists, to which he so much fights against, to collaborate with him so he can read them a script of what they're gonna say, how they're gonna turn on the heat, lower the heat, just so that they can make money off of it.
Bro, that's the theory.
What kind of fucking Palestinian are you, bro?
That's the
This
theory.
is why. This is where I see the fucking hypocrisy in all of it.
When you're in practice, it's just literally the same talks, the same thing you speak about on Clubhouse, but you do it on another platform, and then there's new people.
He was calling it theatrics. I mean, you kind of should obviously know this is all performative, right?
No, actually, before anyone joined, we were literally finding patterns in the Quran. Like, we were searching this, actually. We're talking some numerology here.
So how much did you make today? $8 or $10?
Who,
$20?
me? No, zero. I don't
How
ask
much
for
did he
money.
make? He does.
He doesn't ask for money.
To support his drug habit.
What?
You didn't know that?
No, I just don't care. I don't care about people practice or.
I really hate talking about like people behind my back, but this I called it out. I screamed at it and I walked out. I said, all this while, this thing you played with the whole, it stops adding value. The meaning goes away from it.
Okay.
And you're like, this is the first recruitment phase. Okay, now X, Y, and Z Zionists, X, Y, and Z Palestinians come and let me recruit you for the script for the Christians. So that we can make shitloads of money.
Yeah, I mean that's the theory, I guess. Like.
Did he use the word? Did he really use the word shitload of money?
No.
He said for the gift, for the thing. Yeah, he did, but he did talk about the economic side of it.
I'm gonna say this. When I reviewed the whole conversation, I think you took it too far. Because on practice, it's not the same. It's like you're just doing a TikTok live. That's it. It's nothing more.
Okay, see the messages from his house that he's sent, which I got out of. First phase of recruitment. I mean, he's taken me. Yeah, he's taken some names. These are the people like he fights.
Yeah, I mean,
spits on and stuff like that. And he's collaborating. And then one of them said, this is the first time we've coexisted with each other when it comes to making money on TikTok.
I mean, no, he was just saying. He was just saying like, yo, we're fighting for none on Clubhouse. Let's fight for a real cloud on TikTok. So there's a bigger potential of audience because people. The more people there is, the better. Like the more interactions you have, the more people you meet. Like it's you find friends like this in a sense, right? So yeah, why not?
Yeah, but friends like these, you don't need them.
Like who?
Everybody, all the compulsive thinkers and all the compulsive speakers. If you don't join my book club, you're not a real friend. Like if you can't read to me for 3 to 5 minutes, you're no friend to me. You're just somebody who wants to practice English with me.
No, I see what you mean. But the world is big and like there's a lot of like-minded individuals. Bro, what we're talking on a regular basis, like it's not for I wouldn't say it's for anybody. Like if you hear me talking with Cynic, it's not it's deep. It's literally deep. Like we're talking numerology. We're talking teeth.
Wow.
We're talking. Yeah.
Listen, Mikhail just likes to say the word.
We're talking things that are beyond like the common mind. I would say so. Yeah.
Oh yeah, whatever. Read a book.
That's what he sold you, exclusivity, really.
No, actually, bro. If I just say, for instance, what I just discovered today about something interesting, bro, the Quran is a code, man. It's precise.
See, this is the same stuff that Mikhail does. He goes all or nothing in on.
It is. That's the point. I'm interested in that because I'm a Muslim anyway, right? So
I get it, but the point is you can't. I'm just saying it's bad form to just go all or nothing on one thing and deny all the other world's religions and philosophies because there's just so many. So if
but we're open. We're not closed-minded people.
I know, but you guys always finish it.
To see the truth.
You guys always go back to Muhammad, Allah, and the Quran.
Provide evidence that it's God's word. Go ahead.
Well, why can't you just accept it?
You took me this far. I was not going to make this argument. If you're going that far, if you're really that open, provide to me that this is verbatim speech of God. Through historic Muhammad that he received through an archangel Gabriel with wings, man and all, and how it was communicated to him. If you can provide that evidence, that would be fantastic.
I have a grill. Listen, I have a grill just in front of me right now. Okay.
That's not a good answer.
It's surgery.
Is this a barbecue? This is a roast, isn't it?
No, it's surgery on sort.
Are you doing filet mignon and lobster
letter
tail?
by letter, word by word, syllable by syllable, count by count. Like,
Coleslaw
it's all in
by
there.
chicken
I
wings.
see it. Yeah, but that's the point. If you don't do the work to see this grill, you wouldn't understand what I'm looking at. Like
The
it's,
grill.
we're talking
Oh,
about algorithm.
you and Michaela,
Yeah.
you guys see all the secret symbols now because your third eye's opened. We get it. But there's nothing original about anybody. Everybody is just repeating the same thing that has already been. So
Same with the legend, repurposed over and over again because it works. And this is the genius of Muhammad. And this is where you fail to see it. It is not just in a script. It's not just in a book. It is the man who achieved it. When you remove the intermediary from the equation, it collapses. The Muhammad you have built is an illiterate man. Is a man who is not open to trade, who trades God knows. This man in 40 years couldn't learn Alif Be Te Se, couldn't learn the alphabet. Are you kidding me?
Well, the point is, I don't think.
You know how irrational your position is.
So my position is this, right? My position is that he was a genius for sure, but his genius didn't make the Quran. That's the whole point. Like that.
No one's removing divine inspiration from great men that walked the earth and made changes. He freaking got rid of a drought situation that was so prevalent in freaking the Arabian Peninsula, where they were burying their girl children alive.
see,
And he goes forth and he brings forth legends from the past that people are already used to. And through what? Show from divine inspiration. Show he's meditating in that cave. Show he's also educating himself. He knows methods by which he can achieve his purpose. And his purpose was to bring a sort of well-being to the collective, right? I mean, see it a little more rationally, for God's sake. I mean,
see,
No,
Narsha, no, the Quran. You don't understand the Quran. It's glorious, and the fact is, it's not the sayings of Muhammad. It is called glorious Quran, whatever Quran means. But what I'm saying is, what's so crazy about it is, anybody around the world who hears it and has the faith to believe that it's divine inspiration. That's what makes it such a far out trip and why it's so dangerous as a tool to essentially brainwash people to go all or nothing in on tacos, burritos, and empanadas versus lasagna, pizza, and masticcioli. Like it's a preference. It's an all or nothing preference syndrome.
it is what Draco and I were talking about. It has utility. Or maybe the archetype is attractive. I mean, that's the whole reason why religion is even a thing, because it has utility in our lives. However, to completely divorce it from the reality of the world by which such things existed prior to that, like Congressman.
It's the ridiculousness that you can essentially use it as a tool because people are using it in antisocial ways, and that's, according to Crowley, that's how evolution happens. But if it's your opinion that Islam is actually a negative or like a negative antisocial, I know it's two negatives, but anyways, you see what I'm saying? Like it's just
positive force, but
it's a positive force. However,
well, maybe I'm just saying that you can use
it
it.
can work either way.
Yeah, you can use it
However,
positive or negative.
well, yeah, in Morocco there are some magicians who do some things with it, but yeah, that's on them. I mean, the general understanding of what's the Quran is divine, right? So you're gonna have to use this in the best. And I think the people who are gonna say, "Oh, look at the terrorists that comes out of Islam," bro, this is just less than 0.001%. It's nothing.
I know, so it becomes more political. Because if you want to read Rumi, that he's, to me, he's more of the mystical prophet of Islam, than Muhammad. So, I mean, isn't it your opinion that Muhammad is the greatest of Islam of all time? I mean, anybody could say.
No, he is. He is. Yeah.
What do you mean? Rumi could be better. Rumi's philosophy could be better than Muhammad's.
Muhammad was a statesman. Muhammad made an empire from Muhammad was a little orphan boy who came through this divine inspiration and changed the very freaking, not just the topography of the Arabian Peninsula, he freaking changed the entire mindset of the people.
It's overrated. It's hyped up. Rumi's way better.
Come on, this is academic. I'm not making this out of my ass.
It's your opinion.
Do understand the influence of such a man on an area in which was so stubborn and so fixed in
It's
their
still just opinion. It's not a fact. It's an opinion.
No, but it's
Sure, but it's an academic opinion. I'm not making it up. I'm not like.
Yeah.
I'm seeing it for what it is, right?
There's many subjects, right? So just what's your name? Congress. Okay. So there's many subjects to take into consideration. There's how he was able to break tribal bonds, and how the system even united civilizations, like distinct ones, like the Moroccans and the Egyptians, or
Yeah, but it's not unique. You think this one guy's story is unique out of the millions of identical stories throughout the planet?
It's clearly at the sum, like the peak of human role. Like there's not a lot of people who achieved a moral, like who touched on a moral perspective, on a political perspective, on a military perspective, on a literary perspective.
Dude, that's all people do. That's all that's been happening for thousands of years throughout every part of the planet.
It's rare.
It's not rare. It's not. That's all people do. He just does the same thing that everybody else does.
True.
Impressive. Everybody does it.
No, we're talking excellence. Excellence right now. It's different.
Just look at it for what it is, like as an observer from the outside. And I'm just completely out of it. I have no rat in the race. And I'm watching it as this little orphan boy from a respectable tribe comes forth. Number one, gets rid of the drought situation. Number two,
The drought.
That was what started it all off anyway. Like, just do some academic work. Like, study Josh a little. Do Jonathan Brown. Let's study something. You can even do like Lindsay Hazelton if you want.
Lindsay Hazelton.
Yeah. So there's not a lot. So just simple fact. Someone who starts as a man and he's not a king, and he finished his life and he's a king. Just this path is such a unique path. There's not a lot of people who live this. Okay.
Well, Jesus did it too.
Jesus did it too. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. But I'm saying first criteria. You use this filter. It's gonna filter out 99.9999% of the people, and then you will find like a small bunch of people. Out of this small bunch, who had a universal impact, like literally, like from the moment he left Earth till the present time.
But did Muhammad play music? Because you do a lot of talking about Muhammad, but I'm just wondering, did he ever play music?
Yeah, see, that's one thing about Islam that I don't get.
He actually never prohibited
That's so
music.
sad about the
So why would music be haram?
No, so the bad music, that's the thing, right? It's the bad music.
What if it's on the Billboard 100 or something like that?
For instance, when
during his time there was a high level like prostitution and stuff like that going on. It was a very decrepit like state of human being.
But also because it was interlinked with magic. They had a certain knowledge. I'm just saying this. They had a certain knowledge, and music could be used in the wrong. Yeah, it could be used as casting curses upon people. But
I agree. I for sure.
I'm 100% certain of this. 1000%.
I do know that.
Yeah. Anyways, so what else?
So
What
what do
else?
you
What
think
else?
about the Hillsong United on it?
Yo, you just cut. There was a cut.
Because they have that beautiful song called Oceans
Who?
by Hillsong United. It's a Christian band.
Maybe we'll listen to it. Can you put it in the show?
Oh, yes. For you, Nargis, yes.
Okay, now when you're talking, I mean, I'm gonna put this in the background so for effect. But go ahead. You better record. I mean, speak.
Congressman, Josh.
Habibi, Allah my Habibi.
It's like Hindu.
My name is Narges. I have been in Clown House for many years, studying the ancient and philosophical ways. I can't give it up because my life is so boring and the rest of the world
It's
is
not.
so
I'm
boring.
dating someone. Shut the fuck up. What's wrong with you?
Oh, I'm just teasing. Just teasing. You need to get Mikhail a
Nargis,
girlfriend.
I put it up from YouTube. Because I'm not sure if you have Spotify.
We need to get Mikhail in here to learn the truth
Why do we get to Mikhail? Can you ping him in, please?
about the
Okay,
Kabbalah,
please add him.
about Muhammad, about Allah.
Oh, Nargis, you gotta tell me what you think about the song. I want a Muslim's perspective on it.
Why would you say that? Like, I don't listen to songs from an Islamic perspective. What's wrong with you?
Okay, from I guess a lady's perspective.
Ribono
Also,
Shalom.
anime. Can you give me the Muslim perspective on the song?
Do you know I used to be in the school choir, right? I know mostly like 99% of all Christian songs.
There's Cackles?
It's test flight.
Oh, Test Flight.
Yeah.
Okay, so I did test. So Test Flight is you have to download it.
Yeah, you download that from the App Store.
I have that.
And then you go to cackles.club,
Got it.
and there's a button there.
Do you have a certain type of like people you're going for, or just social?
Yeah, people who have friends who like friends.
Cool. That's interesting. That's awesome.
I have no idea how people could listen. Someone sent me the new Nick Fuentes video being interviewed by, what's his name? Patrick Bet-David. And
The Tucker Carlson one's better. What?
I saw the Tucker Carlson one. But no, I'm lying to you. I didn't see the whole thing. I saw clips of it. And I have it pinned to watch, but I haven't done the whole thing. I've only seen the clips, so I will now on your suggestion. Actually, no, this is not new. It's just new to me. It was September 23rd. I'm going through this, and I'm just like, what?
And also, I think it's weird. It's like
even appealing about him. He's nothing but like a bag of contradictions. If you just listen to the guy, I mean, he speaks out of both sides of his mouth with like everything. And it's crazy.
But that's all been shut down.
There is no principled position that this man takes. Oh, he's criticizing the Jews and the immigrants. There are groups. They have a group solidarity, and they do their own ethnic, interest politics. And then in the same exact breath, he's openly advocating for white identity preservation and white only marriage and white majority of America. I mean, we're all human. We're all human. We're all except
so
the
these
immigrants.
influencers are paid to put out a narrative.
Hold on.
They're on it.
I'm so confused. I hate cancel culture. Oh, but also I'm a part of it.
But he's like
He's a Nazi, like a neo-Nazi almost, but he kind of reneges on it a lot of times. He tries to backtrack what he says, but he makes it sound funny, so he can backtrack. He's very, I don't know. It's like he is almost. He's not almost. He has a lot of. I'll just say it like this. He has a lot of white supremacist rhetoric that I think people find funny and they just like to get behind it.
Why are you talking in the shower?
I was just cleaning some stuff.
Sorry.
I'm glad it was.
Yeah, they're gonna say Quran refers to the Bible, yet Quran yet Muslims say that the Bible was corrupted, therefore contradiction, right? So no, you shouldn't see it like this, right? You have to understand something. Like this is, first of all, this is double standard, because even Christians, they believe that there are certain things that got abrogated from the Old Testament. So if you're really honest with that argument, it applies to you also, right? Secondly, that's what we believe. We believe that it's a general confirmation. It's not. Could you repeat?
We don't believe in abrogation. We believe in fulfillment. So it's not the same concept.
So what I'm saying is like the abrogations are like you wouldn't do the Sabbath, right? Even though God says to do the Sabbath, right? So it's like this is what I mean, right? There's a reorientation of the ruling. So yeah, so it's the same thing. We're not.
It's fulfillment. It's not abrogation.
Man, you could add stars and hearts near this saying, but it is what it is, right?
Nuances and
There's a law. You shouldn't work on the Sabbath, right?
The nuances and categories aren't meaningful to you.
Okay, whatever. So the point is this, right? The Islamic dilemma says.
Why do you do that? Why are you so?
Don't deflect. Just be honest in the conversation. Say maybe I don't know, or I'll think about it or something. But just don't deflect from it.
There's no. You're talking to me.
Yeah, I mean, like he's addressed. He's on.
Okay. So if I say, it says in the Old Testament, don't eat pork, but yet Christians eat pork. How could you say it's not an abrogation of some sort of the law? You have to be blind to say otherwise, right?
But
So
the
we
law,
agree.
But the law is part of a theocracy that no longer exists. What are you talking about?
Exactly. So this is what I'm talking to you, man. Okay, you could say it the way you want, right? You could like that's the thing. You could try to make it more beautiful, but I'm saying like there's a reality, right? There is a certain like implication. And the implication is that the law got abrogated in some sort. It got shortened or it got deflected or whatever. So yeah, this is what happened.
Yeah, that's not what happened. But continue your point why this is relevant to the Islamic dilemma.
Why is it relevant? Because you have to be true and honest with the arguments you put forward. If you put an argument against Islam, yet it would have been, but if it would have been applied to the same extent on your side, it's going to destroy your faith. It's not honest to put it in the first place. So, yeah, that's first. Secondly, we say that it is a general confirmation, not a 100% everything is perfect. So yeah, that's the point. So if you follow the logic that is preached by the Muslims and the Quran itself, you wouldn't even.
Okay, never mind. Just continue.
Go ahead. Yeah, so if you follow the logic presented from the Quran and the scholars, you would come to the conclusion that it is unrefutable, because it's not part of our saying to say that we confirm the whole scripture. Like we agree that letter by letter, verse by verse, everything is preserved in the same extent the Quran is. So that's the point.
So who do we believe? Do we listen to you, or do we listen to the 4 surahs that talk about the previous revelations and being preserved?
No, so it's not a question of me, or it's a question of, how can I say this? It's a question of what the scholars, it's a question of what the scholars and what the Quran also says.
Okay, this is cool.
There was a swan whose name, but it's, if anything.
TT, like that. Nadia. I'll have to think about it. It's catchy.
Yeah, she's funny. I like the Doho.
It wasn't terrible, though, to be honest.
Thing, right? Let me finish.
In the top of his head. Now let the games begin. When I hear from a white man that there's a sister out there who wants to take the land, I'm like, oh, wow. That's what my heart has been since I was 5 years old, because my mother had the same sentiment. My mother was a warrior woman. She died when I was a baby, but she told me everything before she died. Come on, man, it cannot be denied. The black man is God. All we've been waiting for is somebody to step up and say, you know what, let's get it started. Let's start it off. And a lot of people did, but it wasn't their time. Some people got their heads knocked off, poisoned, all kinds of stuff along the line. But now is the time. I don't have to worry about the white man with all the power, because there's a lot of other white men with power across the water. And the messenger said that those people would deal with their own people when the time comes. I know we're at that time. Right now, Donald Trump is sat down with the Saudi Arabian man. Is that what he was? Oh, this is a sign. Donald Trump is welcoming Islam over the line. Come on in, Muslims. Come on in. Let's see what y'all got. But they ain't friends. They're going to set it off, because guess what? Another thing, there's a whole bunch of Muslims in Russia. Even that Russian man that killed the bear, he's a Muslim too. They all are. Just like you. You want to be a Muslim, don't you? This is why you would take a shot home. This to keep your life. You said you want to conform to the ways of the enemy because you can fit in. What about the other? What about the ones that was the dark skin? What about it? I'm gonna tell you, your head will roll first, my man.
I don't doubt you, but
you're a conservative of your own people, deserter, just to get along with others.
Desert.
Are you not a foundation?
Damn, I'm a deserter, but listen.
Can I get a class? I tried to be earlier and Dr. Responsible cut me off.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
So can I now go?
Oh,
Thank you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Warning.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Warning, for giving me support, and I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
The idea that Dr. Yes, sir. And the idea that Dr. Responsible in his own rooms can't compete with me, but he comes into black rooms and then asks the black room to be against me is just it's arrogance beyond arrogance. And as you swim through your arrogance, do you ever pause? Well, you pause for Asians because you have no choice. You pause for Mexicans because they have the population, they have the numbers. You don't pause for black people because you think we're still victims to you. You ask this black room to be against this black sister, and boldly. Well, and with no fucking
black women
only, and then you're still doing this only because I always check you. I always check you. I'm not afraid of you. I asked Bella earlier, and she didn't want to hear me because she's scared of me too. What do you even know about the black community without social media?
I know that they're women.
What do you know about the black community that you don't steal
I'm not scared of you.
Why? What you haven't answered? You haven't answered the question. I've asked you several questions.
Women run the community.
So that's it.
Yo, girlfriend, you bring no facts. You just bring heat. I get you. It's just like, that's the thing. Like, keep on going. Bring the heat. Bring no facts. Bring no actual questions.
You have three white people.
Here's the deal. I didn't mention your name. You brought me back into the conversation. I was silent.
How come you're not engaging my buttons? How?
Mr. Eugene told me to use my buttons right. Are you gonna speak on a subject or something? Because now you're antagonizing the people. Like it's.
Don't worry, we're white.
Sorry. I think the problem is, Erica, is that I'm silent while my name is being thrown all over this room. And when I do show up, now I'm being muted. I don't get that part. Why I can't?
You're willing to kill black men for your stupid ideas.
I muted the stage. Why are you acting like it? Why are you acting like I muted everybody? Are you all right tonight, Shy?
While I'm talking and I'm defending myself in a room full of just three white people. I'm not defending myself.
But you're willing to kill black men for your stupid ideas.
Antagonist. Why is that?
I'm not antagonizing. I'm telling you the truth. You would rather them go out and fight against 60 million white people to go ahead and just kill themselves. Like, that's what you're willing to do because you don't care. You don't give a fuck about these people. I love them. They don't know you wouldn't know how to do it because they think black men are expendable. That's why. Of course they do.
No, they don't think shit. So listen, I'm gonna need y'all to start having a more intelligent conversation here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, because they don't think shit. I didn't say anything about because I happen to not agree on sending you me into the slot.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about you. Child loves that shit. Yeah. No, I wasn't talking about you. It's so Cheyenne, I didn't know she believed that until today, if that's what you believe, Cheyenne. But I know Rev and other women coming here saying this dumb shit about black men going to war with white men. Basically, they just risk our life for fucking nothing. I mean, listen, I don't buy into a lot of the bullshit that we speak about with the racial issues between black and white people. It ain't perfect, but it's definitely way better than it's ever been. And I think people who have this mentality that there's some war going on and that we have to take up this fight is a fool's errand, is a fool's game, because all of us wake up every single day, and especially when white people are not around, we admit this, that we don't worry about white people. We don't worry about what they're doing, and we don't think there's a threat or not. It looks like we go on with our lives as normal. But when we get in this space, we got a virtue signaling like we're fighting a battle. That's not real, man. Like, this shit is just all performance. White people are not fucking with black people on average. There's rare cases that happens, but generally speaking, there's no fucking war going on. So let's stop acting like we gotta take up arms and unify and all this other bullshit. Just live your fucking life. I wouldn't want to go to war with these real white people either.
I'm sorry.
Topic get muted. I get muted, and I'm treated like I'm the chaos in the room.
You're such a victim.
Everybody in the room got muted.
We're not trying to go to war with these real white people either.
And while I was responding to them, they come off mic, and then I need to be muted. I think that's stupid.
Listen, Shy, I'm gonna say this again, and please, no one come out there, Mike, while I explain this to her. I muted the stage, which means that everyone got muted. So it's not personal to you. Everyone did. Okay.
Talking when you did that. So I appreciate you calming the stage to give me the leeway to finish my submission. I appreciate that. If that's what you're saying. And so I'm assuming that's what you're saying. So the idea that we are focused on black people, the idea that neither one of you people, that means Bella, that means responsible, that means PP, knows nothing about the black community besides that they
keep my name out of your mouth. You stop. Don't bring my name up. I haven't brought your name up. Keep my name out of your mouth. Keep my fucking name out your mouth. All right, you have to address me and address
responsible. And I said PP. I don't forget that shit. You said it. You act like you come on this stage.
No, you know what?
American. And you don't know black Americans. Mexicans. All you know is what you see on fucking TV, because you ain't got that.
My name out of your
you're not invited in our community, and we already fucking know that. You don't know anything more about us than what you see on fucking TV. Not only do you only see us on TV, but you see Asians on TV. You see Mexicans on TV, and you don't fuck with them like you fuck with us. Why the fuck do you fuck with us? Because if you don't know how to eat chopsticks, you shouldn't know how to eat goddamn collard greens, and you shouldn't know what
I hate collard greens.
And you shouldn't know what macaroni and cheese or fried fucking chicken tastes like.
I make the best fried chicken, and you guys love it. You love my fried chicken because I'm from the South, bitch. It doesn't have to do with your skin color. Cooking has nothing to do with your skin color.
It's correct. Because skin color makes us superior than you, but you don't know that part, right?
No, that's totally fine. You know what? I'm just gonna submit. Here's the deal. I'm just gonna submit. Shia, you're better than I am. You're better. Hold on. Let me submit to her. I'm gonna submit. Shia, you are better than me. You know more than me. The only thing I'm asking you is to keep my name out of your mouth. It's really that simple. You're better than me. There you go. You have it. You won. You're better than me. Just stop. Yeah. You're not about a conversation. Like, this is great. I have submitted to you.
Okay, I'm gonna use my buddies again because I don't know what y'all got going on. What time is it? Who's almost time to go home? Listen, ladies. Shia, can you land your plane, please? I mean, because at this point, I just want to be able to move the mic around to other speakers on the stage.
If I was interrupted, I wouldn't be.
Okay, go ahead and land for me, okay, please.
All right. So all these three people who are coming into Black spaces, asserting themselves. Pretend like they know the Black community and they don't know anything beyond, good times. They don't know anything about us. And they're making submissions despite taking a mirror to themselves and their own culture and understanding the impact that their egregiousness has had an impact on the rest of the world. They won't look in the mirror, they want to look at us. And I question, why do they look at African Americans only? When they have, in America specifically, so many religions and cultures and racial backgrounds that they could mingle with, but they don't touch any of them. They only touch us. And we are the most influential people on the planet, fucking Earth. They don't have a culture outside of us, but they want to focus on us. Why? And why would we let them do that? We need to ignore their egregiousness. We need to ignore their insults because they don't know anything. All they know is that we're the biggest target. I don't know why. We're the biggest target, and they're going to focus on us for no reason. And I end there.
We love you. We love your people. Not you, but the men in your community. We love them. They helped save this country 10 months ago. But you are lost. You need to learn how to readjust your mind towards truth.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Y'all tired?
It's true, Erica.
Y'all
she's a fucking saint.
I mean, let's start focusing on her because, I mean, she's entitled to her opinion. I mean, we fight with Shia too, but I mean, I know where she's coming from. Meaning,
it was like 12 minutes. I let her talk, but she's so willing to just like put up the men in her community like for slaughter. I can't buy that.
Listen, I don't think she means that. Though, like she wants to just kill off the men in her community.
You're right. I don't think she wants to kill them off. She's just not willing to protect them.
Don't realize that, she sounds that way, maybe. I don't know. Shit. I don't know. Can we move on?
Listen,
we absolutely move on, and I will not that mic unless she says my name again. I swear to God.
So what I said puts black men in jeopardy? Is that what I just heard you say?
Absolutely. You cannot stand the fact that these men are willing to do what we did, the whites. You're not willing to accept the fact that they're willing to assimilate. That's what we did. We're not absolute heroes. We assimilated into this culture, and black men are very willing to assimilate because they know what's good for them and their families. They want to protect you. They're willing to do all these things that you call quote unquote white, but are really just not being a retard.
I need to ask a question.
Assimilate.
We get the idea.
Okay, all right, go ahead. Now, you teach us.
Because if you're saying you're not even the real guys, how are you speaking for them and telling black people not to be prepared? If they've been saying war and you trying to get in with them, you're really an outsider. You can't speak for them.
I don't speak
for them. Wishful thoughts. What they got on their side, no. Because I'm going to tell you something. I didn't fought the face of evil. I done been through things you can't imagine. With my own people and different people. And what I'm going to tell you is, with those type of circles, you don't know what's going on for real. If you did, you wouldn't be having these conversations. You'll be wasting your time. So what I know from that, what you're saying, is just a bunch of smoke screens. What you are a token. You're just the same thing as a cool black person. Just got white skin, you don't know your place.
Well, I now listen. I will say there is a large group of so-called white people that have some very bad ideas when it comes to our community. And the crazy thing about it is, I do think, now I'm not speaking for all of y'all, but I do think that some of y'all, when y'all come into these spaces, y'all carry some of that same energy, but you don't realize you do. You understand what I'm saying? Just by when you're quoting statistics, like you feel comfortable to come and quote statistics about our community to us. I don't know if maybe you think it's okay, and that you're gonna be. I don't know how you would. Listen, when you do it, I don't know how you feel like you would be embraced for doing that. So it's kind of weird. Like I don't know.
I mean, Erica, whenever we were having this conversation earlier, remember I brought the statistics and you said you were bringing statistics about the black community, and I said no, that was all statistics about incarcerations in single-family households. It had nothing to do with the black community, but that was just a fact about being a single-family household. Where it goes from there is not.
No, when you stated what you said, you specifically pointed out our community. Now you might have had some statistics there about other communities.
That was the totals. I never put black on it.
So what's really rude though is when I'm talking, you start talking when I'm talking. And like I feel like that's very disrespectful. So I'm gonna ask you
Condescending is the proper word.
Like that shit burns me the fuck up, because I'm gonna respect you, but you don't fucking respect me. Okay? So what I was trying to say is, when you brought the statistics, you pointed out the black community when you gave the statistics. Now, if it was something else on the page, you probably should have started with the other stuff too. But you're specifically focused on the black community. And now I'm not sure if you realize you did that or not, but I'm just telling you that's what I heard.
I just want to tell you that that's what you heard, and all I was doing was repeating the statistics about one-parent households with incarcerations. So if you heard it had to do with the black community, that's what you heard, but that's not what I said. And I was not trying to disrespect you in any way. I was trying to engage in conversation. But that is the facts. I gave you one parent households and the incarcerations based on that. I never brought it to the Black community, but that's what you heard. I understand that that's what you heard, but that's not what I said.
You know, I'm going to say that that's completely disingenuous because any conversation that has ever taken place regarding single family homes and crime statistics has always surrounded the Black community. Nobody has ever included the white community, the Asian community, or we're just talking about communities. That's always been a conversation. So you're being completely disingenuous with this. I didn't reference Black people.
Do you know how fucked up the white community is with this? It is a giant disaster. We have almost over 50% of American households in the quote-unquote.
When have you ever seen any political pundits on any of these Fox News, CNN, any of these news stations talk parent white homes?
I never heard them talk about Black homes.
When have you ever seen any news show, talk show, radio show, when they're talking about single parent homes, they're talking about the white community? Come on, man. You can say this all you want right here. But let's not pretend what she was referencing. She knows damn well what she was referencing, trying to come in here and act all holy. No, that's not what that's what you heard.
Black.
Get the hell out of here with that shit.
I get what you're saying, but I've never heard either way discussed on the news or CNN or whatever.
You haven't? Where have you been?
No, I have heard that the divorce rate is almost 60% in white people. Right, I've heard that. I have not particularly heard about what the divorce rate is with Black people, but it's even worse if that's possible. The divorce rate has been discussed on. I haven't heard it on TV, but I have heard it on news, radio, and that type of thing. It's a disaster. Women and men not being together. If a woman runs your household, your kids are fucked. If a man runs your household alone, your kids are fucked. We need to figure this out, regardless of what it is, what color it is. This is something that affects every single body. When kids are raised by one gender, they have a gigantic, and there's a lot of statistics to prove this. I can't pull it up on Chat GPT right now, but it's a gigantic disaster when kids are raised by one gender or one sex, men or women. It is strange that the statistics and the studies say that if kids are raised by a man, they have a better opportunity to go to college, better opportunity to be successful in life. But almost to me, it's negligible. Man and a woman is important to having your kid be successful. Who wants to fight against that? Please come up to the stage or jump in. You think that a man can raise kids their own, or a woman can raise kids their own? No, you're not retarded. So I don't think anybody will try and fight that battle. But go ahead.
I mean, but I think earlier we had someone tell you that their mother raised them.
I did.
She did a very good job. So I mean, and what do you say for mothers who so you have men that go off the board and die, and you have single parents that raise those children that are left behind. Yeah, I mean, there are situations where you're going to be in a single parent household, and they do just fine. So, I mean, especially if the mother puts the work into raising that child, or those children. So I don't totally agree with that. Do I think that's the ideal situation? Absolutely not. Everything needs balance.
But Erica, a mommy can put as much work as she wants into raising a boy, particularly, but the outcomes are significantly worse when a woman raises a boy. I mean,
they're worse in what way?
In every, particularly I'll talk about outcomes, right? If a woman raises a boy on her own, he is 60% less likely to graduate high school. he's 72% less likely to graduate college. He's less likely, although I don't have the statistic, to have a functioning marriage. And I'll pull that up right now because I'm not. I'll pull it up right now. But if a man raises a boy, okay, it's a little bit better, surprisingly. Absolutely surprising.
When you say a little bit better, do those numbers change drastically, or is it a little bit better?
It's a little bit better. It's like 8% better.
How many? Say that again.
It's about 8% better.
Oh goodness! So
it's not drastic.
8%. I mean that.
You were gone.
I can describe to you vividly in ways that I have to speak to people in this way.
Sam, we was just having a cool convo, bro. Come on, G.
Why are you
just let Dan finish?
Yeah, there are times when I have to speak to people like you in this way, like to preserve my livelihood. If there's something we're doing in terms of business and someone is encroaching on my livelihood, then yeah, I have to speak to people in this way. I do it face to face, regardless of the consequences. So yeah, I would speak to you in this way quite freely. I would have no objection to doing it. Does that make sense to you? Do you know what it's like to have your livelihood in jeopardy?
I'm sorry that your livelihood's in jeopardy, man. Hey, you might just have to leave then if that's the case. So, I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that your livelihood and your mental health has been so.
I don't think you understand. Like,
dominated.
do you understand what I said?
Oh no.
I have to speak to people.
I'm retarded.
I do it in real life, and I would do it to you.
Nah, you wouldn't do that in real life, big dog.
Yes, sir. Where do you live?
I live in Georgia. Come through. I live in Atlanta. Come through, man.
Do it in real life.
Why would I go to
the internet?
Why would I go to Hickville to fight you?
I've seen people be rude in real life. What do you mean?
Nah, he's not like that, man. No, I don't take anybody on Clubhouse seriously as far as like this talk. So
you're centering
yourself. I'm gonna respect y'all, but I'm gonna keep it respectful and respect y'all, and that's how I'm gonna move. Again, Islamically, that's how I'm taught to move. Anytime somebody disrespect me, I take it on the chin and I keep it pushing. Ain't nobody put their hands on me. Ain't nobody messing with my money. Ain't nobody messing with my family. Y'all just talking crazy about me. I can take it on the chin. It's really not that deep.
Thank you. Does anyone intelligent want to say something?
You're not.
The last thing I want to ask, what does atheism actually offer you? The title, Islam, I think there's no contest. Some of the most cheapest faith-based things out there. It's called atheism.
What is atheism?
It's called so many religions, and daft. They have no purpose. They have no morals. They have nothing to give you. It doesn't tell you where life comes from. It doesn't tell you anything about what you're going to happen to you after you die. And it doesn't answer any of the day-to-day questions.
Atheism is.
I don't know. You said something intelligent. I'm just giving you the title. Tell us what it's there. Islam versus atheism. I think there's no contest.
Yeah, the old contest.
Well, one thing that atheism does offer is exclusivity, right? It's like being a member of Mensa, right? Like, what really is the value? If you've ever been to a Mensa meeting, it's kind of boring. All they do is they sit around and talk to each other about how smart they are, right? I mean, atheism is kind of like that. To actually be an atheist, right, you kind of have to be, like superior, like the elect. Right? And after that,
really atheist.
Yeah, kind of.
I don't think there's many atheists. Sorry, no offense intended. I don't think they're critical thinkers. They don't really know what's going on. They're just following their own life.
I'm not talking about people. No, but I'm not talking about like the people, all these people who claim to be atheists, right? Like screw those. I'm talking about the elect, right? The secret. Well, maybe not so secret. Like special inner circle of atheists, right? We have a little thing of our own. I mean, there's no rituals, there's no heaven or hell,
And there's no purpose, there's no knowledge. You just keep on adding to it. No more rules. Nothing.
No, exactly. No rules, nothing. It's just the knowledge that you are just better than everybody else. I mean,
you're actually the most clueless person I know. You have no.
I can see why you would think that, right? And I
but you have no critical thinking. You don't get to read assess things. You have no morals. You just make up on the fly and you just do a kumbaya and wish it all away. But it's not going to go away.
Right. I mean, I look. Obviously, we don't have morals like that. I'm not gonna push back in there. That's obviously true. But obviously, we don't have critical thinking. Well, look. I mean, I can see why you think that, right? The problem is, I just can't explain it to you. Kind of for the same reason why I can't explain quantum gravity to you, right? You're just not equipped. And in fairness, what I'm saying is true of like most self-professed quote-unquote atheists as well, right? Like all the goofballs you see on stage in clubhouse day in and day out, right? Like none of them are like true atheists, right? But I mean, I don't know, man. Mehdi, if you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know. About sums it up.
Yeah, so there is no contest. I understand.
I want to go through some evidence that I've found reading the Quran recently, which is people often harp on the contradictions and the errors in the Quran, but I think the bad reasoning in the Quran is actually pretty surprising. You'd expect God to be like really intelligent and be able to like have conclusions follow from premises. So here's some bad reasoning. It says in the Quran, if it was from any other than Allah, they would have found discrepancies in it. Well, that's not true. You don't need a book. If it doesn't have discrepancies, doesn't mean it's from God. Like it could just, if it was made by a human, there doesn't need to be a discrepancy.
Why would I be able to trust a book from God if it has contradictions in it?
Yeah, that's not what it says. It doesn't say if this book has contradictions, don't trust it. It says if it wasn't from God, you would have found contradictions.
But I'm saying the Quran is making the claim that it's from God. The Quran itself is making the claim that it's from God. So it's simple, logical reasoning, right? If something has errors or contradictions in it, and it cannot be from the all-knowing, because if there's errors and contradictions in it, then the author could not be all-knowing.
Imagine I said, hey, I like to make eggs. And if this dinner was made by someone else, it would have not been eggs. No, that's not true. Just because I make eggs doesn't mean that someone else wouldn't make eggs.
Now you can figure it out.
Literally, if a human can write something that has no discrepancies in it, watch this. I'll do it right now. There is a cat. It is on the map. It is wearing a hat. Those three sentences, none of them can contradict each other. There, I just wrote something that doesn't contradict itself. It doesn't mean that it's from Allah. And it doesn't mean that if I write something that doesn't have discrepancies in it, that it is from Allah.
I'm saying that is the baseline. Anything that claims to be from the all-knowing, that is the baseline. It cannot have errors or contradictions in it. That's the point. You know what I'm saying? So if you're able to find errors or contradictions in something that is making the claim that it is coming from the Almighty, that has to be a baseline. That's like the bar, and that bar is
You're literally interpreting it in the way what it doesn't say. It doesn't say.
That's what it's
it doesn't say that you would. It has no contradictions, which is some evidence that it's from God. It doesn't say that. It says if it was written by someone else from then God, they would have found contradictions. Not true.
No, it says
not true. They would not have found that
by any other than Allah, you would have found in it many a contradiction.
And that is a false statement. The inference is invalid.
That's logical. That's logical. That's crazy.
Oh my God.
Sam is right, but you have to be an atheist, a real atheist, to understand why.
See, okay, guys, I have three more of these. They're not long. It says, this is another one. Say, O Jews, if you claim to be Allah's chosen people, then wish for death if you're truthful. Kind of implying that if you thought you were God's chosen people, you'd wish for death. But no, first off, Judaism prohibits suicide. Also, everyone has a desire to not die. We all love our families and our friends. We don't want to just die. So, it's just totally unreasonable to expect
the context.
If they thought themselves were chosen people, would wish for death. That is a totally unreasonable expectation for people claiming to be chosen. That's just totally unreasonable.
That's not really. There's a context behind that.
Why would someone? Okay, I think
exactly. Sam, listen to what he just said to you. Sam, listen to what he just said to you. There's a context behind the words, man. This is third grade fucking English, dude. Third grade English. You can't pass third grade English?
I can absolutely pass third grade English. In fact, I got a perfect score in my verbal SATs. My verbal IQ is very high.
In fact, which is why I'm reading these fucking these verses and listening to what they're saying and saying, this says if you were chosen, if you thought you were chosen, then you would wish for death. And that is totally bizarre thing.
No, it doesn't say that. The context is that the fire will never touch them, etc. And if it does, it will be a brief moment, and they got special, and they are saved, and they are this, or all the arrogance. And if the saying is true, then wait for the eventual reality, because heaven is the ultimate reality. Why is it still lingering around? The so-called trial and tribulation. Life is hard. Why don't you usher yourself, since you so believe you're chosen and you are special and you're beloved by the divine and you don't go to hell will not touch you and so on? Why don't you wish for that higher thing, the higher reality, which is to be with God himself? If experience what the context is highlighted and stipulated in the Quran in depth, Sam. Because you know, good seed, because you want to pick out a little phrase and they say, look, nobody, we don't wish for death. I know nobody wishes for death.
Because it never told them to commit suicide. That's the point. Well, again, the Abrahamic religions we believe in an eschaton, and our eschaton is that there is a hereafter. There is a life after death. So, if the Jews, the audience in the Quran, right? If the Jews who are claiming to be God's chosen people, why are they making the decision to go through these trials and tribulations, like Brother Mahdi said? Why are they thugging this life thing out if they're God's chosen people? They should get a fast pass to paradise right then and there if that was the case.
Listen, imagine I thought the world was going to end and heaven was going to come on earth, right? And I really wanted that to happen. I still wouldn't wish for death because I'm scared of death. I'm told not to have death. So suicide's forbidden. I also just generally, don't want all my friends and stuff. Like some of my friends might go to hell. So I might be scared that they'll go to hell. And so I might want not to. There's lots of different reasons why someone wouldn't want to necessarily want the world to end or to wish for death just because you thought you're chosen. It's a totally unreasonable expectation to think that the Jews would, if they were honest about being chosen, wish for death. That is not a reasonable.
But they weren't commanded or given or being challenged to commit suicide. You just added that part.
They never said they were commanded to commit suicide. Oh my God, please listen. I'm not saying they're commanded to. I'm saying they're commanded not to commit suicide. Reason why it would not be reasonable to expect that they would want to commit suicide.
Again, that goes against. That's not how that verse is read, though. You just added that in there, G. That's what you said.
You're a retard if we're amplifying it.
I am a retard. You're right.
Little brother, you are here.
Yes. All right, but what other?
I have two more. These are brief, guys.
So, yeah, go ahead.
This one, okay. This is a verse. It says, "Then Allah revealed to his servant what he revealed to Gabriel. The prophet's heart did not doubt what he saw. So then, how can you pagans dispute him with what he saw? Well, it's acting like it's unreasonable that the pagans would have different levels of confidence as Muhammad, but Muhammad saw a literal fucking angel, whereas the pagans did not see that. So it's in no way reasonable to expect them to have the same confidence levels when they have different evidence levels. One saw an angel, one didn't see an angel. So it's totally reasonable that they would be different amounts of confidence.
Oh, you're just going to presume some sort of Bayesian epistemology, huh? Read that into the Quran.
I don't think you have to be a Bayesian to have that way of thinking that I just laid out there. I mean, it helps to be a Bayesian, but I think this is just common sense. If I say, I saw the ocean, it was really pretty, and then I tell you about it, you should be less confident than me that the ocean's pretty because I saw the ocean and you didn't see the ocean. I think that's like, any epistemology should be able to handle that one. So again, this is just not a reasonable thing that it's a weird inference that it's making that the pagans should be as confident as Muhammad even though they didn't see the angel. Irrational. All right, the last one that I have is he's talking to the pagans and he says, do you prefer to have sons? Why is it that you attribute to Allah daughters? Kind of saying that it's irrational if they want sons to expect God to want daughters. But that itself is crazy because I could want sons and God could want daughters. We might just have different preferences. God could have the preference for daughters. I could have the preference for sons. There's nothing unreasonable about me being a pagan, wanting sons, and then thinking that God has the preference for daughters, and then than believing that.
There's a context for that too.
It's a totally insane.
You know the pagans at the time would bury their daughters alive. You know that, right?
Yes.
That's just a laughable reading of the text.
Wait, what do you think is being said there?
Yeah, what is being said there is that you yourself have a presupposed hierarchy of offsprings where you prefer male offsprings over female offsprings, yet you attribute to the divine, who supposedly is even in your conception or even in your theology without any defects, or if a predicate is predicated of him, it's the most excellent of the predicates. Yet you attribute to him daughters who you yourselves perceive as less than sons. This is a perfectly understandable rhetoric. I don't know why you're saying it's nonsensical.
I think what's nonsensical is they could think that it's better for them to have sons or that they prefer sons, and then God could just have different preferences than them. In the same way that if I said, I really like cheeseburgers, but I think
that's not what's being said.
I think Elias likes hot dogs, I like cheeseburgers. Then you go, oh, Sam, how can you prefer cheeseburgers and expect Elias, who's smarter and better than you, to want hot dogs? That would be an unreasonable.
Yo, you're doing the pancakes waffle thing on Twitter right now. I'm not gonna.
Sam, I think the critique the idea is that it's an internal critique of the paganism of the time. So the idea is that it's an internal critique of pagans which place some hierarchical value upon male offspring as opposed to female offspring, which is just to say that it's a polemic on these pagans who are committing infanticide in favor of male offspring as opposed to female offspring. So the idea is that
so they don't have a very particular exalted conception of female offsprings, yet they are predicating off the divine female offsprings, whereas generally the general conception of theology is that which is preferred, that which is considered noble, is predicated of the divine. This is perfectly understandable polemic. There's nothing nonsensical about it.
Let's look at the context for a second. Let's read the ayahs right before it.
By the way, this is not just mine. Literally, majority of critical historical scholars have the same understanding. If you open Corpus Quranica, which is the most extensive commentary on critical historical commentary of the Quran, you'll see the same interpretation.
All right, so it says on Quranic comment says, do you prefer to have sons while you attribute to have daughters? But then prefers, but in brackets, so I guess it doesn't have the word prefer. I guess the Arabic is it for you, the male, and for him, the female? So I guess the prefer is what Quran.com has, but you're saying that it's
it
not.
Just says, is to you the males and to God the females? That's a rhetorical question.
Yeah. I guess
you are attributing to the divine something you don't even prefer for your own self. Whereas the common sense understanding is that to the divine, the most perfected and the most preferred is predicated.
Yeah, so I guess it depends on whether you think that they think that daughters are like objectively worse than sons, or whether they just prefer daughters to sons.
No, that's false. That's simply false. I can tell to Matthew that Matthew, for example, claims to respect me a lot, for example. And he gives me $1 note and keeps the $5 note for himself. Or rather the opposite. He gives me the $5 note and keeps the $1 note for himself. But in Matthew's conception, $1 note is more preferred, or he has a very peculiar, weird conception, which I don't really agree with, or other people don't agree with either. But he has a conception where he thinks that a $1 note is more noble than a $5 note. So I tell him, Matthew, you keep the more noble thing for yourself, and give me that which is less noble, it doesn't matter whether the $1 note or the $5 note, what is their value in actuality. It could be my view that actually the $5 note is actually more noble than the $1 note. So it's an internal critique. It doesn't have anything to do with actual value. If anything, Quran has polemic against infanticide, female infanticide. That's a separate topic.
So, if the pagans at the time thought that women were were less noble than men, then it would be less. It would make sense to say critique them for saying, "Why are you treating a less noble property?" But if they were just saying, "I prefer sons to daughters," then it would be totally an unreasonable critique because they go, "Yeah, I just want sons because they get they can help me work in my in my caravan." And God might have different reasons why He wants daughters. But it's better for me to have a son, but for someone else, it's better to have a daughter. I mean, so I take your criticism that doesn't sound like an unreasonable harmonization or a defense of the verse. So I will just concede the point.
And the pagan Arabs used to bury their daughters alive. That was just a thing that happened back then as well.
Elias, you think that there's flat Earth in the Quran? Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Because there's many Muslims that say no, it doesn't say it. That when it says
actually all the Near Eastern scriptures have flat Earth, so it's nothing specific to Muhammad. All the Near Eastern scriptures have flat Earth.
Do you think that even if it didn't have it in the Near East context of flat Earth, that just the text itself lends to a flat Earth interpretation? Or do you have to add?
It lends itself to a flat Earth interpretation because engaging with that Near Eastern cosmological framework.
Because the verses that I have is, and the verse, how is it spread out? Have we not made the earth like a bed? And the earth, after that, He leveled it out. Did we not make the earth like a cradle? So cradle, bed, leveled out, spread out, all of those are sort of imagery that looks like flat Earth cosmology. People try to say
it is flat Earth cosmology. Very clear.
Yeah, and the biggest indicator is the seven heavens.
Why is that one flat Earth?
Yeah, because ancient cosmology. So a lot of Muslim traditionalists will say something like, "No, the Quran doesn't say the Earth is flat. Where does it say the Earth is flat?" That's usually because they're not familiar with, textual analysis. What's sufficient is to identify features of a model or features of a cosmology. Now, our ancient ancestors, many of them believed, that essentially there was a flat Earth and there was a dome, and that they were able to perceive that there are certain objects in the sky, in the night sky, that don't follow the same kind of pattern as the general backdrop of stars. They could only see what they, had as 7 classical planets. Okay? A lot of this stuff will always end up with something we can't control. So, certain numbers, certain symbologies, they usually go back to something we can't control. So what we can't control is how many of these objects the human eye can see without technology. Our ancestors could only see 7 classical planets, which was basically the Sun, the Moon, and then Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. They couldn't see other astronomical objects that obey a certain motion that is different from the general backdrop of stars. So they believed that each of these 7 occupied a certain layer, and they referred to it as the 7 heavens or the 7 skies. Muhammad repurposed it as 7 samawat. Incidentally, another popular number is the number 19, because it gets discussed a lot. It's kind of curious. It's made traditionalist Muslims scratch their heads for centuries. An entire religion kind of branched off called the 19ers. But all it is just 12, the 12 zodiacal constellations plus the 7 classical planets, because they viewed this as an intermediary between the Lord of the heavens and the lowly earth, and there would be 19 over it, because there were many parallel beliefs that any kind of intermediary is watchful over the lower part of creation, which is earth, and below that hell. And incidentally, you mentioned Dhul Qarnayn, the Dhul Qarnayn legend, which is most likely the Syriac Alexander legend, or a version of the Syriac Alexander legend. In the Nishana, it kind of goes quite comprehensively into the idea of the fetid sea. So it's usually translated from the Quran as like muddy water or dirty water, but it's this fetid sea that a lot of people believed surrounded the mainland of Earth. There's some kind of boundary that you can't cross, and it's a poisonous fetid sea, or okeanos, and this one is basically Alexander, or the mythicized Alexander, of course, not the historical Alexander, the mythicized Alexander, the legend. One of the events is that he tries, he wants to defy this, and he wants to cross the fetid sea in order to subjugate the earth to glorify his divine name. And so the Nishana goes quite extensively into this legend.
Didn't the ancient Babylonians think that there was like the saltwater sea and then the freshwater, and that like the world is inside of a saltwater sea, and then like the fresh, there's like when in the Old Testament when it says God separated the waters, no, that's not the. I just feel like there's a old ancient Near East stuff of the fresh water and the salt water being like these two primordial forces, and that we're living in a saltwater thing. Is that the same thing as the fetid sea thing that you're talking about, or is that?
Separating the waters is the sky water from the second.
Sorry, Sam, before you open new ones, can I just respond to that? That is not true. Actually, I don't know where you're getting all this stuff from. 7 heavens, the 7 classical planets. There were no notion of planets. But you cannot see any planet from the Earth with the naked eye. None. The only planet you can see outside the Earth happens to be the moon, planetoid. You can see the sun. Wherever you think that object is, you think it's a star, you think it's something else, people call it the sun. Then you can see lots of points of light in the sky. This idea, you're making up things. You're not being rational at all. That the ancients knew of the 7 planets. They did not know of Jupiter and Saturn and Mars and Venus because they bloody couldn't see them. They couldn't distinguish them. What they can see, however, in the night sky is the sun, the moon, and then see lots of light dots in the sky. There are 2 different types of light dots out there in the sky, or maybe even 3. Clusters of them you later know as the. Sorry, can I just have a response? I did actually hear. I didn't get to interrupt anyone. That's if you're really being honest and reasonable. If you don't want to be honest and reasonable, I would leave the room. No problem if it upsets you. Now I'm giving a pushback. A pushback where, Matthew, I don't know where you're getting this stuff from. The ancients knew of the 7 classical planets. You can't. Now in the Arabic language, the irony is there were 2 notions out there for so-called stars. And then there's third for clusters called buruj. So they accepted. A buruj is a cluster of stars. Is it a galaxy or is it an actual cluster of stars? The galaxy is still a cluster of stars, and sometimes within our own localized galaxy, you have other clusters of stars. These are called buruj, generally, reference to those night objects. There are not 2 other types of night objects. You could call them all masabih, because they all happen to glare out light. But 2 different types. One is called nujum, and one is called kawakib, if you really wanted to know. Did they know of Jupiter? No. They knew of about 6 or 7 points in the night sky in terms of lights that move fast over the night sky. And there's others that seem to be stationary. The ones that move around fast, they're called kawakib. The ones that seem to keep their place, they're called nujum. They don't know whether any of them is a planet or not. Now, the author of the Quran distinguishes between them. He doesn't call them samawat. I don't know where you're getting this analogy from. I don't know which hocus pocus bag you're getting this from. You keep on mentioning this point as if, yes, but Muhammad, he visions it this way and retailed it. No, you actually need to listen to the language and maybe listen to the ancients too. Because they never said any of this. There was a Jupiter and a Saturn and on and on. I don't know where you're getting this stuff from. Because they probably can't see them.
I got ChatGPT. I asked ChatGPT.
Oh, somebody stop so we'll move on.
I asked ChatGPT what planets did ancient people in ancient Greece identify with the naked eye. It says Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, the moon, and the sun. Those are 7 things. And they are described as planetes, which means wanderers, because they were the ones that moved. Like you had the stars that stayed in place, and then you had the wanderers that sort of moved around, like Mars and Venus and stuff like that. They move faster than the other ones. That's why they're called the wanderers.
Yeah, but you don't know the people planetoids. The whole point that if you do the same thing, they call them Kawakib.
You just said they couldn't see them in the eye. You just said they couldn't see them in the eye.
They didn't know they're planets.
You just said you couldn't see them.
I still see them, Marty.
So Matty,
Do you know what the difference? You can see stars there too.
Matty, brother, one second.
Silly persons.
Matty,
You know how you distinguish a planet from a star?
yeah, because they don't have fixed
They
position.
can't.
Yes, you can. Yes, you
They don't
can.
have. Yeah,
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can, Marty.
Oh my goodness, Matthew.
Matthew, listen, bro. I didn't want to look. I don't mean to upset you when I say these. They're not polemical points I'm making. They're just. I mean, it's just the history of astronomy. Yeah, the ancient astronomers they could identify that some astronomical objects they didn't hold onto fixed positions. They moved. Whereas, so for example, you look at Orion's belt, right? They always stay the same. It's a constellation. They move with each other from our perspective. Okay. Whereas there was
how do you know these moving things are not stars moving around in the night sky?
because well, we don't know that, and they didn't know that. What they did know is that they're wanderers. They're not moving in the same way as stars are, because they move independently. They don't keep fixed positions. You look at the night sky and over the year it kind of drift eastward, even during the night, right? Even during the night, it doesn't follow the same pattern.
Yeah,
so they knew that
moving stars. That's all. It's nothing.
Stars are not moving. The constellations remain static. The planets move based on the heliocentric model. And on top of that, for those of you who have ever looked at the night sky, and I'm just going to clarify this because he's saying you can't distinguish. If you look thoroughly at a star,
You can't distinguish between a star.
quiet. I'm talking. Quiet.
You.
Quiet, Mehdi. This is your room. If you look at a star, when you look, shut up. Just shut up. You're just spewing nonsense.
Listen to his mistakes. Just listen to
Listen, when you look at a star, all right, in the sky, night sky, naked eye, if you focus, it starts to flicker because it's burning gas. And when you look at a planet, it's bright. It resembles a star, but when you look at it, it's not flickering. It's a very solid object in the sky. This is basic naked eye observation of the sky. Clearly, you've never looked up at the sky, Matthew, for you to make these claims. Entire civilizations base their religion on the constellations and the planetary movements.
He's not hearing
The religions didn't.
Reason of stars
He's
flicker
not
are hang on. Just the reason the stars flicker, I'm pretty sure it's not because you're actually seeing the gas on them like flare out or something. It's because of like the atmosphere law. As the light like moves through pockets of air, different vectors and so on. Kind of.
It's
Why does it not affect the planets, Debug?
I would imagine it does. I wasn't sure about this, so I didn't say anything.
I don't think planets flicker.
No, when you look at the planets, they're not flickering, they're solid.
Okay, well, that's a good question to ask. Let me ask like a real language model, like Gemini 3.0 Pro that came out today.
No, dude, it's so simple. If it's nighttime, just go look outside. You can point a planet out.
You can't see.
You can also download an app if you don't believe me.
Oh my god.
You can download.
This is what L's Matty ever took, where he said you couldn't see the planets with your naked eye, and you could only see the moon and the sun. And then immediately he bolt-faced and be like, yes, you can see the moon.
Listen, you're speaking to a nomadic person.
That wasn't the reason why. But like I said, sometimes you gotta be at your lowest sometimes. But hey, I don't even think shit. But just to believe in God.
I'll tell you why he knows. I'll tell you why he does. Yeah, but then we can challenge each other. But just listen to me for like 2 seconds. No worries, don't panic. So he's a nomadic by nature, him and his family. He comes from the same region as I do. And we sleep looking at the skies, if that makes sense. The pollution levels are clear and everything is good. So if he says something, I would say, take from him is better.
against Islam in Spain about 500 years ago only had access to like half the surahs. The other half he just didn't know. Had no way of contacting. I mean, this is basically what you're posting. And this is why the argument is
500 years ago, they didn't have access to the surahs?
But the big thing that
you guys gotta let other people talk, man. How long is this guy gonna drag on?
Because you guys are not making any rational claims, right? You're basically saying that I read, proposing that I read, I don't know, half of Harry Potter. The other half I just didn't have access to.
Go ahead.
You know,
let's get to the actual argument then, because the argument fundamentally is, can you demonstrate any textual manuscripts or evidence in Arabia, or particularly Mecca or Medina during the time of the Prophet? That's like his essential question.
Yeah, and the first point is, if you're saying all of these were available at the same time, right? Address what parts in the Quran it talks about, Paul's writings in the Quran, right? You haven't demonstrated that. You're just saying, oh, this happened and that happened. Show actual verses that show, it's talking about the things that Paul talked about.
The Quran doesn't talk about the Gospels either in any meaningful way.
Okay, so did you just contradict yourself?
No, I didn't contradict myself. You see, that's the thing. You keep making this division.
You said the Quran doesn't address the Gospels, or does it address the Gospels? It has to be one or the other. Yes. It has to be one or the other. You can't. 2 minutes ago said, he knew about the Gospels and all the Pauline writings, and Thomas and all these people, and then later on say, oh, it doesn't address the Gospels. No, it has to be one or the other.
Okay, now that you're done with that, when I say that he knew about them, I meant he knew about them in the same way he knew about the Gospels, which is that he basically knew it existed. What the message was within them, he basically didn't know jack shit, which is why he gets things hilariously wrong about the Gospels. Like, number one, the Gospels were sent down by God. Yeah, no Christian has ever claimed the Gospels were sent down by God.
Are you serious?
That's not what the Quran says.
Are you serious about that argument?
We sent down the Injil. Yeah, you guys.
The Injil is not the Gospel.
The Injil is not the Gospel.
You did well on the first question.
Notice they keep changing what it is.
Shut up, man.
How do you know it's not the Gospel if you've never touched the Injil?
Exactly.
Hold on. For more than 2 minutes.
Let him respond, bro.
Yeah.
All right, so you posited well for the first answer. I congratulate you on that. The second one, you went down the drain.
I know, he just didn't let me finish speaking.
No, 1 second. With me doing a comparative study all of a sudden, and I'm positing an opinion such as it doesn't.
It's not an opinion. It's a fact.
1 second. No, it's not. I'm finished.
Yeah, you can just let me.
Life is opinion, the universe is just facts.
That doesn't posit. Listen, I'm not taking any side. I'm saying it as it is. When you say that it doesn't posit in any meaningful way, you're already putting forth an opinion. So be mindful, like when you answer this question.
Anyway, hold on. I need to get a response.
You just shut up so I can finish speaking.
The person contradicting himself. Bro, we literally got 2 minutes and we're
We let him finish. Let him finish after which he will speak. After which let him finish. Now he's trying to answer your question. This is his book. Let him finish. After which he wants to finish. Let him finish. After which, okay,
He's never finished.
we will allow it
When you finish answering dumb questions, then
after which Lee will get 2 minutes to review the.
Anyway, those who have read both the Gospels and the Quran can show very easily that the Quran gets things hilariously wrong about the Gospels. Number one, God sent down the Injil. No, Gospels are inspired writings of man, not God sent this down. Number two, it's a weird trinity that has Mary. I know you guys are still crying about the Caloridians. Well, show me the evidence of the Caloridians. You don't have any, right? You have less evidence of the Caloridians than you do that epistles of Peter, Paul, and all these people were circulating in Arabia. But with the Caloridians, you'll claim that they exist and all this sort of stuff. So yeah, Muhammad was aware of the Gospels, right? To the extent that they existed. Now about the actual content, no. That's why you have the story about the clay bird. That's from a Gnostic text. That's not from the Gospels. So Muhammad was not intimately familiar with the point of the Gospels, especially to the point, right? Especially concerning doctrines that we're trying to talk about as like differences between Peter and Paul. He was not familiar to the point where we would have made any meaningful distinction between Peter, Paul, all these people. Those who are familiar with Peter and Paul would have talked about and argued about the difference between following Judaic law, not about things like faith and works, not about things like the Trinity, not about other. When it comes to Christian doctrine, Peter and Paul are absolutely in sync with each other, barring practicing of the Old Testament mitzvot, which Peter himself acknowledges that he was wrong about in his own epistle.
I'm not gonna hold my breath on this one. I'm not. But I think at this point with Trump saying, fine, release the files. And if Jeffrey Epstein's brother Mark is right, that they're scrubbing the files of all GOP names or anybody of importance name, then just going to release the files and we're just going to see
Congress!
Names will be missing.
Come on up, say how the Republicans are fucking little boys.
My breath, that's for sure. Thank you for watching this clip.
Child, this actually just missed out. The whole thing. Child. Unless this is
today, with this vote, we are finally putting these victims and these survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and the cabal of rich, powerful elites that expands not just here in the United States of America, but to other countries as well. We're putting them last.
Preach it, sister. That was Republican Congressman Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Examination is being conducted. Any exceptions to the decision ruling of the examiner
This dad knows that feeling. Watching your kid.
Is a leader who is loved. Is a leader who. 19.
Another example. Where you have such pain on a skin. For your audience, John.
Here's something that in Washington are actually. If you were to ask me who I put John Ritter,
Hey, Mita.
time to convert someone. A North Carolina woman lost.
Two strike ejections.
Inside your heart. It was never born, thus it can never die. Why is it infinite? It has no desires for itself.
Why you mad at me? I don't give a fuck if you don't listen, baby. I don't give a friend. I use the word friend.
The master stays behind. That is why she is ahead. She is detached from all things. That is why she is one with them. Because she has let go of herself, she is perfectly fulfilled. 8. The supreme good is like water, which nourishes all things without trying to. It is content with the low places that people disdain. Thus, it is like the Tao. In dwelling, live close to the ground. In thinking, keep to the simple. In conflict, be fair and generous. In governing, don't try to control. In work, do what you enjoy. In family life, be completely present. When you are content to be simply yourself and don't compare or compete, everybody will respect you. 9. Fill your bowl to the brim, and it will spill. Keep sharpening your knife, and it will blunt. Chase after money and security, and your heart will never unclench. Care about people's approval, and you will be their prisoner. Do your work, then step back. The only path to serenity. 10. Can you coax your mind from its wandering and keep to the original oneness? Can you let your body become supple as a newborn child's? Can you cleanse your inner vision until you see nothing but the light? Can you love people and lead them without imposing your will? Can you deal with the most vital matters by letting events take their course? Can you step back from your own mind and thus understand all things? Giving birth and nourishing, having without possessing, acting with no expectations, leading and not trying to control. This is the supreme virtue. 11. We join spokes together in a wheel, but it is the center hole that makes the wagon move. We shape clay into a pot, but it is the emptiness inside that holds whatever we want. We hammer wood for a house, but it is the inner space that makes it livable. We work with being, but non-being is what we use. 12. Colors blind the eye. Sounds deafen the ear. Flavors numb the taste. Thoughts weaken the mind. Desires wither the heart. The master observes the world, but trusts his inner vision. He allows things to come and go. His heart is open as the sky. 13. Success is as dangerous as failure. Hope is as hollow as fear. What does it mean that success is as dangerous as failure? Whether you go up the ladder or down it, your position is shaky. When you stand with your 2 feet on the ground, you will always keep your balance. What does it mean that hope is as hollow as fear? Hope and fear are both phantoms that arise from thinking of the self. When we don't see the self as self, what do we have to fear? See the world as yourself. Have faith in the way things are. Love the world as yourself. Then you can care for all things. 14. Look, and it can't be seen. Listen, and it can't be heard. Reach, and it can't be grasped. Above, it isn't bright. Below, it isn't dark. Seamless, unnameable, it returns to the realm of nothing. Form that includes all forms. Image without an image. Subtle, beyond all conception. Approach it, and there is no beginning. Follow it, and there is no end. You can't know it, but you can be it. At ease in your own life. Just realize where you come from. This is the essence of wisdom. 15. The ancient masters were profound and subtle. Their wisdom was unfathomable. There is no way to describe it. All we can describe is their appearance. They were careful as someone crossing an iced-over stream, alert as a warrior in enemy territory, courteous as a guest, fluid as melting ice, shapeable as a block of wood, receptive as a valley, clear as a glass of water. Do you have the patience to wait till your mud settles and the water is clear? Can you remain unmoving till the right action arises by itself? The master doesn't seek fulfillment. Not seeking, not expecting. She is present and can welcome all things. 16. Empty your mind of all thoughts. Let your heart be at peace. Watch the turmoil of beings, but contemplate their return. Each separate being in the universe returns to the common source. Returning to the source is serenity. If you don't realize the source, you stumble in confusion and sorrow. When you realize where you come from, you naturally become tolerant, disinterested, amused, kind-hearted as a grandmother, dignified as a king. Immersed in the wonder of the Tao, you can deal with whatever life brings you. And when death comes, you are ready. 17. When the master governs, the people are hardly aware that he exists. Next best is a leader who is loved. Next, one who is feared. The worst is one who is despised. If you don't trust the people, you make them untrustworthy. The master doesn't talk, he acts. When his work is done, the people say, "Amazing, we did it, all by ourselves." 18. When the great Tao is forgotten, goodness and piety appear. When the body's intelligence declines, cleverness and knowledge step forth. When there is no peace in the family, filial piety begins. When the country falls into chaos, patriotism is born. 19. Throw away holiness and wisdom, and people will be 100 times happier. Throw away morality and justice, and people will do the right thing. Throw away industry and profit, and there won't be any thieves. If these three aren't enough, just stay at the center of the circle and let all things take their course. 20. Stop thinking and end your problems. What difference between yes and no? What difference between success and failure? Must you value what others value? Avoid what others avoid? How ridiculous. Other people are excited, as though they were at a parade. I alone don't care. I alone am expressionless, like an infant before it can smile. Other people have what they need. I alone possess nothing. I alone drift about, like someone without a home. I am like an idiot. My mind is so empty. Other people are bright. I alone am dark. Other people are sharp. I alone am dull. Other people have a purpose. I alone don't know. I drift like a wave on the ocean. I blow as aimless as the wind. I'm different from ordinary people. I drink from the Great Mother's breasts. 21. The Master keeps her mind always at one with the Tao. That is what gives her her radiance. The Tao is ungraspable. How can her mind be at one with it? Because she doesn't cling to ideas. The Tao is dark and unfathomable. How can it make her radiant? Because she lets it. Since before time and space were, the Tao is. It is beyond is and is not. How do I know this is true? I look inside myself and see. 22. If you want to become whole, let yourself be partial. If you want to become straight, let yourself be crooked. If you want to become full, let yourself be empty. If you want to be reborn, let yourself die. If you want to be given everything, give everything up. The Master, by residing in the Tao, sets an example for all beings. Because he doesn't display himself, people can see his light. Because he has nothing to prove, people can trust his words. Because he doesn't know who he is, people recognize themselves in him. Because he has no goal in mind, everything he does succeeds. When the ancient masters said, if you want to be given everything, give everything up, they weren't using empty phrases. Only in being lived by the Tao can you be truly yourself. '23. Express yourself completely, then keep quiet. Be like the forces of nature. When it blows, there is only wind. When it rains, there is only rain. When the clouds pass, the sun shines through. If you open yourself to the Tao, you are at one with the Tao, and you can embody it completely. If you open yourself to insight, you are at one with insight, and you can use it completely. If you open yourself to loss, you are at one with loss, and you can accept it completely. Open yourself to the Tao, then trust your natural responses, and everything will fall into place. 24. He who stands on tiptoe doesn't stand firm. He who rushes ahead doesn't go far. He who tries to shine dims his own light. He who defines himself can't know who he really is. He who has power over others can't empower himself. He who clings to his work will create nothing that endures. If you want to accord with the Tao, just do your job, then let go. 25. There was something formless and perfect before the universe was born. It is serene, empty, solitary, unchanging, infinite, eternally present. It is the mother of the universe. For lack of a better name, I call it the Tao. It flows through all things, inside and outside, and returns to the origin of all things. The Tao is great. The universe is great. Earth is great. Man is great. These are the four great powers. Man follows the earth. Earth follows the universe. The universe follows the Tao. The Tao follows only itself. 26. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved is the source of all movement. Thus the master travels all day without leaving home. However splendid the views, she stays serenely in herself. Why should the lord of the country flit about like a fool? If you let yourself be blown to and fro, you lose touch with your root. If you let restlessness move you, you lose touch with who you are. 27. A good traveler has no fixed plans and is not intent upon arriving. A good artist lets his intuition lead him wherever it wants. A good scientist has freed himself of concepts and keeps his mind open to what is. Thus the master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He's ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? If you don't understand this, you will get lost, however intelligent you are. It is the great secret. 28. Know the male, yet keep to the female. Receive the world in your arms. If you receive the world, the Tao will never leave you, and you will be like a little child. Know the white, yet keep to the black. Be a pattern for the world. If you are a pattern for the world, the Tao will be strong inside you, and there will be nothing you can't do. Know the personal, yet keep to the impersonal. Accept the world as it is. If you accept the world, the Tao will be luminous inside you, and you will return to your primal self. The world is formed from the void, like utensils from a block of wood. The master knows the utensils, yet keeps to the block. Thus she can use all things. 29. Do you want to improve the world? I don't think it can be done. The world is sacred. It can't be improved. If you tamper with it, you'll ruin it. If you treat it like an object, you'll lose it. There's a time for being ahead, a time for being behind, a time for being in motion, a time for being at rest, a time for being vigorous, a time for being exhausted, a time for being safe, a time for being in danger. The master sees things as they are without trying to control them. She lets them go their own way and resides at the center of the circle. 30. Whoever relies on the Tao in governing men doesn't try to force issues or defeat enemies by force of arms. For every force, there is a counterforce. Violence, even well-intentioned, always rebounds upon oneself. The master does his job and then stops. He understands that the universe is forever out of control, and that trying to dominate events goes against the current of the Tao. Because he believes in himself, he doesn't try to convince others. Because he is content with himself, he doesn't need others' approval. Because he accepts himself, the whole world accepts him. 31. Weapons are the tools of violence. All decent men detest them. Weapons are the tools of fear. A decent man will avoid them, except in the direst necessity, and if compelled, will use them only with the utmost restraint. Peace is his highest value. If the peace has been shattered, how can he be content? His enemies are not demons, but human beings like himself. He doesn't wish them personal harm, nor does he rejoice in victory. How could he rejoice in victory and delight in the slaughter of men? He enters a battle gravely, with sorrow, and with great compassion, as if he were attending a funeral. 32. The Tao can't be perceived. Smaller than an electron, it contains uncountable galaxies. If powerful men and women could remain centered in the Tao, all things would be in harmony. The world would become a paradise. all people would be at peace, and the law would be written in their hearts. When you have names and forms, know that they are provisional. When you have institutions, know where their functions should end. Knowing when to stop, you can avoid any danger. All things end in the Tao, as rivers flow into the sea. 33. Knowing others is intelligence. Knowing yourself is true wisdom. Mastering others is strength. Mastering yourself is true power. If you realize that you have enough, you are truly rich. If you stay in the center and embrace death with your whole heart, you will endure forever. The great Tao flows everywhere. All things are born from it, yet it doesn't create them. It pours itself into its work, yet it makes no claim. It nourishes infinite worlds, yet it doesn't hold on to them. Since it is merged with all things and hidden in their hearts, it can be called humble. Since all things vanish into it, and it alone endures, it can be called great. It isn't aware of its greatness. Thus, it is truly great. 35. She who is centered in the Tao can go where she wishes without danger. She perceives the universal harmony, even amid great pain, because she has found peace in her heart. Music or the smell of good cooking may make people stop and enjoy, but words that point to the Tao seem monotonous and without flavor. When you look for it, there is nothing to see. When you listen for it, there is nothing to hear. When you use it, it is inexhaustible. 36. If you want to shrink something, you must first allow it to expand. If you want to get rid of something, you must first allow it to flourish. If you want to take something, you must first allow it to be given. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. Just show people the results. $37. The Tao never does anything, yet through it all things are done. If powerful men and women could center themselves in it, the whole world would be transformed by itself in its natural rhythms. People would be content with their simple, everyday lives, in harmony and free of desire. When there is no desire, all things are at peace. 38. The master doesn't try to be powerful. Thus, he is truly powerful. The ordinary man keeps reaching for power. Thus, he never has enough. The master does nothing, yet he leaves nothing undone. The ordinary man is always doing things, yet many more are left to be done. The kind man does something, yet something remains undone. The just man does something, and leaves many things to be done. The moral man does something, and when no one responds, he rolls up his sleeves and uses force. When the Tao is lost, there is goodness. When goodness is lost, there is morality. When morality is lost, there is ritual. Ritual is the husk of true faith, the beginning of chaos. Therefore, the master concerns himself with the depths and not the surface, with the fruit and not the flower. He has no will of his own. He dwells in reality and lets all illusions go. $39. In harmony with the Tao, the sky is clear and spacious. The earth is solid and full. All creatures flourish together, content with the way they are, endlessly repeating themselves, endlessly renewed. When man interferes with the Tao, the sky becomes filthy, the earth becomes depleted, the equilibrium crumbles, creatures become extinct. The master views the parts with compassion because he understands the whole. His constant practice is humility. He doesn't glitter like a jewel, but lets himself be shaped by the Tao, as rugged and common as a stone. 40. Return is the movement of the Tao. Yielding is the way of the Tao. All things are born of being. Being is born of non-being. $41. When a superior man hears of the Tao, he immediately begins to embody it. When an average man hears of the Tao, he half believes it, half doubts it. When a foolish man hears of the Tao, he laughs out loud. If he didn't laugh, it wouldn't be the Tao. Thus it is said, the path into the light seems dark. The path forward seems to go back. The direct path seems long. True power seems weak. True purity seems tarnished. True steadfastness seems changeable. True clarity seems obscure. The greatest art seems unsophisticated. The greatest love seems indifferent. The greatest wisdom seems childish. The Tao is nowhere to be found, yet it nourishes and completes all things. 42. The Tao gives birth to one. One gives birth to two. Two gives birth to three. Three gives birth to all things. All things have their backs to the female and stand facing the male. When male and female combine, all things achieve harmony. Ordinary men hate solitude, but the Master makes use of it, embracing his aloneness, realizing he is one with the whole universe. 43. The gentlest thing in the world overcomes the hardest thing in the world. That which has no substance enters where there is no space. This shows the value of non-action. Teaching without words, performing without actions. That is the Master's way. 44. Fame or integrity? Which is more important? Money or happiness? Which is more valuable? Success or failure? Which is more destructive? If you look to others for fulfillment, you will never truly be fulfilled. If your happiness depends on money, you will never be happy with yourself. Be content with what you have. Rejoice in the way things are. When you realize there is nothing lacking, the whole world belongs to you. 45. True perfection seems imperfect, yet it is perfectly itself. True fullness seems empty, yet it is fully present. True straightness seems crooked. True wisdom seems foolish. True art seems artless. The master allows things to happen. She shapes events as they come. She steps out of the way and lets the Tao speak for itself. 46. When a country is in harmony with the Tao, the factories make trucks and tractors. When a country goes counter to the Tao, warheads are stockpiled outside the cities. There is no greater illusion than fear, no greater wrong than preparing to defend yourself, no greater misfortune than having an enemy. Whoever can see through all fear will always be safe. 47. Without opening your door, you can open your heart to the world. Without looking out your window, you can see the essence of the Tao. The more you know, the less you understand. The master arrives without leaving, sees the light without looking, achieves without doing a thing. 48. In the pursuit of knowledge, every day something is added. In the practice of the Tao, every day something is dropped. Less and less do you need to force things, until finally you arrive at non-action. When nothing is done, nothing is left undone. True mastery can be gained by letting things go their own way. It can't be gained by interfering. 49. The master has no mind of her own. She works with the mind of the people. She is good to people who are good. She's also good to people who aren't good. This is true goodness. She trusts people who are trustworthy. She also trusts people who aren't trustworthy. This is true trust. The master's mind is like space. People don't understand her. They look to her and wait. She treats them like her own children. 50. The master gives himself up to whatever the moment brings. He knows that he is going to die, and he has nothing left to hold on to. No illusions in his mind. No resistances in his body. He doesn't think about his actions. They flow from the core of his being. He holds nothing back from life. Therefore, he is ready for death, as a man is ready for sleep after a good day's work. 51. Every being in the universe is an expression of the Tao. It springs into existence, unconscious, perfect, free, takes on a physical body, lets circumstances complete it. That is why every being spontaneously honors the Tao. The Tao gives birth to all beings, nourishes them, maintains them, cares for them, comforts them, protects them, takes them back to itself, creating without possessing, acting without expecting, guiding without interfering. That is why love of the Tao is in the very nature of things. "52. In the beginning was the Tao. All things issue from it. All things return to it. To find the origin, trace back the manifestations. When you recognize the children and find the mother, you will be free of sorrow. If you close your mind in judgments and traffic with desires, your heart will be troubled. If you keep your mind from judging and aren't led by the senses, your heart will find peace. Seeing into darkness is clarity. Knowing how to yield is strength. Use your own light and return to the source of light. This is called practicing eternity. 53. The great way is easy, yet people prefer the side paths. Be aware when things are out of balance. Stay centered within the Tao. When rich speculators prosper, while farmers lose their land, when government officials spend money on weapons instead of cures, when the upper class is extravagant and irresponsible, while the poor have nowhere to turn, all this is robbery and chaos. It is not in keeping with the Tao. 54. Whoever is planted in the Tao will not be rooted up. Whoever embraces the Tao will not slip away. Her name will be held in honor from generation to generation. Let the Tao be present in your life, and you will become genuine. Let it be present in your family, and your family will flourish. Let it be present in your country, and your country will be an example to all countries in the world. Let it be present in the universe, and the universe will sing. How do I know this is true? By looking inside myself. 55. He who is in harmony with the Tao is like a newborn child. Its bones are soft, its muscles are weak, but its grip is powerful. It doesn't know about the union of male and female, yet its penis can stand erect. So intense is its vital power. It can scream its head off all day, yet it never becomes hoarse. So complete is its harmony. The Master's power is like this. He lets all things come and go effortlessly, without desire. He never expects results. Thus he is never disappointed. He is never disappointed. Thus, his spirit never grows old. 56. Those who know don't talk. Those who talk don't know. Close your mouth. Block off your senses. Blunt your sharpness. Untie your knots. Soften your glare. Settle your dust. This is the primal identity. Be like the Tao. It can't be approached or withdrawn from, benefited or harmed, honored or brought into disgrace. It gives itself up continually. That is why it endures. 57. If you want to be a great leader, you must learn to follow the Tao. Stop trying to control. Let go of fixed plans and concepts, and the world will govern itself. The more prohibitions you have, the less virtuous people will be. The more weapons you have, the less secure people will be. The more subsidies you have, the less self-reliant people will be. Therefore, the Master says, I let go of the law, and people become honest. I let go of economics, and people become prosperous. I let go of religion, and people become serene. I let go of all desire for the common good, and the good becomes common as grass. 58. If a country is governed with tolerance, the people are comfortable and honest. If a country is governed with repression, the people are depressed and crafty. When the will to power is in charge, the higher the ideals, the lower the results. Try to make people happy, and you lay the groundwork for misery. Try to make people moral, and you lay the groundwork for vice. Thus the Master is content to serve as an example and not to impose her will. She is pointed, but doesn't pierce. Straightforward, but supple. Radiant, but easy on the eyes. 59. For governing a country well, there is nothing better than moderation. The mark of a moderate man is freedom from his own ideas. Tolerant like the sky, all-pervading like sunlight, firm like a mountain, supple like a tree in the wind. He has no destination in view, and makes use of anything life happens to bring his way. Nothing is impossible for him. Because he has let go, he can care for the people's welfare, as a mother cares for her child. Governing a large country is like frying a small fish. You spoil it with too much poking. Center your country in the Tao, and evil will have no power. Not that it isn't there, but you'll be able to step out of its way. Give evil nothing to oppose, and it will disappear by itself. 61. When a country obtains great power, it becomes like the sea. All streams run downward into it. The more powerful it grows, the greater the need for humility. Humility means trusting the Tao, thus never needing to be defensive. A great nation is like a great man. When he makes a mistake, he realizes it. Having realized it, he admits it. Having admitted it, he corrects it. He considers those who point out his faults as his most benevolent teachers. He thinks of his enemy as the shadow that he himself casts. If a nation is centered in the Tao, if it nourishes its own people and doesn't meddle in the affairs of others, it will be a light to all nations in the world. 62. The Tao is the center of the universe, the good man's treasure, the bad man's refuge. Honors can be bought with fine words. Respect can be won with good deeds. But the Tao is beyond all value, and no one can achieve it. Thus, when a new leader is chosen, don't offer to help him with your wealth or your expertise. Offer instead to teach him about the Tao. Why did the ancient masters esteem the Tao? Because being one with the Tao, when you seek, you find. And when you make a mistake, you are forgiven. That is why everybody loves it. 63. doing, work without effort. Think of the small as large, and the few as many. Confront the difficult while it is still easy. Accomplish the great task by a series of small acts. The master never reaches for the great. Thus she achieves greatness. When she runs into a difficulty, she stops and gives herself to it. She doesn't cling to her own comfort. Thus, problems are no problem for her. 64. What is rooted is easy to nourish. What is recent is easy to correct. What is brittle is easy to break. What is small is easy to scatter. Prevent trouble before it arises. Put things in order before they exist. A giant pine tree grows from a tiny sprout. The journey of 1,000 miles starts from beneath your feet. Rushing into action, you fail. Trying to grasp things, you lose them. Forcing a project to completion, you ruin what was almost ripe. Therefore, the master takes action by letting things take their course. He remains as calm at the end as at the beginning. He has nothing, thus has nothing to lose. What he desires is non-desire. What he learns is to unlearn. He simply reminds people of who they have always been. He cares about nothing but the Tao. Thus, he can care for all things. 65. The ancient masters didn't try to educate the people, but kindly taught them to not know. When they think that they know the answers, people are difficult to guide. When they know that they don't know, people can find their own way. If you want to avoid being clever or rich, the simplest pattern is the clearest. Content with an ordinary life, you can show all people the way back to their own true nature. All streams flow to the sea because it is lower than they are. Humility gives it its power. If you want to govern the people, you must place yourself below them. If you want to lead the people, you must learn how to follow them. The master is above the people, and no one feels oppressed. She goes ahead of the people, and no one feels manipulated. grateful to her because she competes with no one. No one can compete with her. 67. Some say that my teaching is nonsense. Others call it lofty, but impractical. But to those who have looked inside themselves, this nonsense makes perfect sense. And to those who put it into practice, this loftiness has roots that go deep. I have just 3 things to teach: simplicity, patience, compassion. These 3 are your greatest treasures. Simple in actions and in thoughts, you return to the source of being. Patient with both friends and enemies, you accord with the way things are. Compassionate toward yourself, you reconcile all beings in the world. 68. The best athlete wants his opponent at his best. The best general enters the mind of his enemy. The best businessman serves the communal good. The best leader follows the will of the people. All of them embody the virtue of non-competition. Not that they don't love to compete, but they do it in the spirit of play. In this, they are like children and in harmony with the Tao. 69. The generals have a saying: rather than make the first move, it is better to wait and see. Rather than advance an inch, it is better to retreat a yard. This is called going forward without advancing, pushing back without using weapons. There's no greater misfortune than underestimating your enemy. Underestimating your enemy means thinking that he is evil. Thus, you destroy your 3 treasures and become an enemy yourself. When 2 great forces oppose each other, the victory will go to the one that knows how to yield. 70. My teachings are easy to understand and easy to put into practice. Yet your intellect will never grasp them. And if you try to practice them, you'll fail. My teachings are older than the world. How can you grasp their meaning? If you want to know me, look inside your heart. 71. Not knowing is true knowledge. Presuming to know is a disease. First realize that you are sick, then you can move toward health. The master is her own physician. She has healed herself of all knowing. Thus, she is truly whole. 72. When they lose their sense of awe, people turn to religion. When they no longer trust themselves, they begin to depend upon authority. Therefore, the master steps back so that people won't be confused. He teaches without teaching, so that people will have nothing to learn. 73. The Tao is always at ease. It overcomes without competing, answers without speaking a word, arrives without being
Instances of fraudulent conduct.
accomplishes without a plan. If you realize that all things change, there's nothing master carpenter's place. When you handle the master carpenter's tools, chances are that you'll cut your hand. 75. When taxes are too high, people go hungry. When the government is too intrusive, people lose their spirit. Act for the people's benefit. Trust them. Leave them alone. 76. Men are born soft and supple. Dead, they are stiff and hard. Plants are born tender and pliant. Dead, they are brittle and dry. Thus, whoever is stiff and inflexible is a disciple of death. Whoever is soft and yielding is a disciple of life. The hard and stiff will be broken. The soft and supple will prevail. 77. As it acts in the world, the Tao is like the bending of a bow. The top is bent downward. The bottom is bent up. It adjusts excess and deficiency so that there is perfect balance. It takes from what is too much and gives to what isn't enough. Those who try to control, who use force to protect their power, go against the direction of the Tao. They take from those who don't have enough and give to those who have far too much. The master can keep giving because there is no end to her wealth. She acts without expectation, succeeds without taking credit, and doesn't think that she is better than anyone else. 78. Nothing in the world is as soft and yielding as water. Yet for dissolving the hard and inflexible, nothing can surpass it. The soft overcomes the hard. The gentle overcomes the rigid. Everyone knows this is true, but few can put it into practice. Therefore, the master remains serene in the midst of sorrow. Evil cannot enter his heart, because he has given up helping. He is people's greatest help. True words seem paradoxical. 79. Failure is an opportunity. If you blame someone else, there is no end to the blame. Therefore, the master fulfills her own obligations and corrects her own mistakes. She does what she needs to do and demands
Too late, Cromwell.
80. If a country is governed wisely, its inhabitants will be content.
So a month ago.
They enjoy the labor of their hands and don't waste time inventing labor-saving machines. Since they dearly love their homes, they aren't interested in travel. There may be a few wagons and boats, but these don't go anywhere. There may be an arsenal of weapons, but nobody ever uses them. People enjoy their food, take pleasure in being with their families, spend weekends working in their gardens, delight in the doings of the neighborhood. And even though the next country is so close that people can hear its roosters crowing and its dogs barking, they are content to die of old age without ever having gone to see it. 81. True words aren't eloquent.
A little too late. Should have stood with Thomas Massey a month ago at the steps of Congress with the victims. Will Pam Bondi, will Pam reject abusers on the grounds of national security?
Men who need to prove their point aren't wise. The master has no possessions. The more he does for others, the happier he is. The more he gives to others, the wealthier he is. The Tao nourishes by not forcing, by not dominating. The master leads. That feeling when you want to buy a new ride, it's your credit score needs work. Remember, Instant Credit Card will let you check your free. Inside your heart. 71. Not knowing is true knowledge. Presuming to know a disease. First realize that you are sick. The master is her own physician. She has healed herself of all knowing. Thus, she is truly whole. 72. When they lose their sense of awe, people turn to religion. When they no longer trust themselves, they begin to depend on authority. Therefore, the master steps back so that people won't be confused. He teaches without a teaching so that people will have nothing to learn. 73. The Tao is always at ease. It overcomes without competing, answers without speaking a word, arrives without being summoned, accomplishes without a plan. Its net covers the whole universe, and though its meshes are wide, it doesn't let a thing slip through. 74. If you realize that all things change, there is nothing you will try to hold on to. If you aren't afraid of dying, there's nothing you can't achieve. Trying to control the future is like trying to take the master carpenter's place. When you handle the master carpenter's tools, chances are that you'll cut your hand. 75. When taxes are too high, people go hungry. When the government is too intrusive, people lose their spirit. Act for the people's benefit. Trust them. Leave them alone. 76. Men are born soft and supple. Dead, they are stiff and hard. Plants are born tender and pliant. Dead, they are brittle and dry. Thus, whoever is stiff and inflexible is a disciple of death. Whoever is soft and yielding is a disciple of life. The hard and stiff will be broken. The soft and supple will prevail. 77. As it acts in the world, the Tao is like the bending of a bow. The top is bent downward. The bottom is bent up. It adjusts excess and deficiency so that there is perfect balance. It takes from what is too much and gives to what isn't enough. Those who try to control, who use force to protect their power, go against the direction of the Tao. take from those who don't have enough and give to those who have far too much. The master can keep giving because there is no end to her wealth. She acts without expectation, succeeds without taking credit, and doesn't think that she is better than anyone else. 78. Nothing in the world is as soft and yielding as water. Yet for dissolving the hard and inflexible, nothing can surpass it. The soft overcomes the hard. The gentle overcomes the rigid. Everyone knows this is true, but few can put it into practice. Therefore, the master remains serene in the midst of sorrow. Evil cannot enter his heart. Because he has given up helping, he is people's greatest help. True words seem paradoxical. 79. Failure is an opportunity. If you blame someone else, there is no end to the blame. Therefore, the master fulfills her own obligations and corrects her own mistakes. She does what she needs to do and demands nothing of others. 80. If a country is governed wisely, its inhabitants will be content. They enjoy the labor of their hands and don't waste time inventing labor-saving machines. Since they dearly love their homes, they aren't interested in travel. There may be a few wagons and boats, but these don't go anywhere. There may be an arsenal of weapons, but nobody ever uses them. People enjoy their food, take pleasure in being with their families, spend weekends working in their gardens, delight in the doings of the neighborhood. And even though the next country is so close that people can hear its roosters crowing and its dogs barking, they are content to die of old age without ever having gone to see it. 81. True words aren't eloquent. Eloquent words aren't true. Wise men don't need to prove their point. Men who need to prove their point aren't wise. The master has no possessions. The more he does for others, the happier he is. The more he gives to others, the wealthier he is. The Tao nourishes by not forcing, by not dominating. The master leads. Tao Te Ching can be translated as the book of the imminence of the way, or the book of the way and of how it manifests itself in the world, or simply the book of the way. Since it is already well known by its Chinese title, I have let that stand. About Lao Tzu, its author, there's there's practically nothing to be said. He may have been an older contemporary of Confucius, 551 to 479 BCE, and may have held the position of archive keeper in one of the petty kingdoms of the time. But all the information that has come down to us is highly suspect. Even the meaning of his name is uncertain. The most likely interpretations, the old master, or more picturesquely, the old boy. Like an Iroquois woodsman, he left no traces. All he left us is his book, the classic manual on the art of living, written in a style of gem-like lucidity, radiant with humor and grace, and large-heartedness and deep wisdom, one of the wonders of the world. People usually think of Lao Tzu as a hermit, a dropout from society, dwelling serenely in some mountain hut, unvisited except perhaps by the occasional traveler arriving from a 60s joke to ask, what is the meaning of life? But it's clear from his teachings that he deeply cared about society, if society means the welfare of one's fellow human beings. His book is, among other things, a treatise on the art of government, whether of a country or of a child. The misperception may arise from his insistence on wei wu wei, literally, doing, not doing, which has been seen as passivity. Nothing could be further from the truth. A good athlete can enter a state of body awareness in which the right stroke or the right movement happens by itself, effortlessly, without any interference of the conscious will. This is a paradigm for non-action, the purest and most effective form of action. The game plays the game. The poem writes the poem. We can't tell the dancer from the dance. Less and less do you need to force things, until finally you arrive at non-action. When nothing is done, nothing is left undone. Nothing is done because the doer has wholeheartedly vanished into the deed. The fuel has been completely transformed into flame. This nothing is in fact everything. It happens when we trust the intelligence of the universe in the same way that an athlete or a dancer trusts the superior intelligence of the body. Hence Lao Tzu's emphasis on softness. Softness means the opposite of rigidity and is synonymous with suppleness, adaptability, endurance. Anyone who has seen a Tai Chi or Aikido master doing not doing will know how powerful this softness is. Lao Tzu's central figure is a man or woman whose life is in perfect harmony with the way things are. This is not an idea, it is a reality. I have seen it. The master has mastered nature, not in the sense of conquering it, but of becoming it. In surrendering to the Tao, in giving up all concepts, judgments, and desires, her mind has grown naturally compassionate. She finds, deep in her own experience, the central truths of the art of living, which are paradoxical only on the surface. That the more truly solitary we are, the more compassionate we can be. The more we let go of what we love, the more present our love becomes. The clearer our insight into what is beyond good and evil, the more we can embody the good. Until finally she is able to say, in all humility, I am the Tao, the truth, the life. The teaching of the Tao Te Ching is moral in the deepest sense, unencumbered by any concept of sin. The master doesn't see evil as a force to resist, but simply as an opaqueness, a state of self-absorption, which is in disharmony with the universal process, so that, as with a dirty window, the light can't shine through. This freedom from moral categories allows him his great compassion for the wicked and the selfish. Thus, the master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He is ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? If you don't understand this, you will get lost, however intelligent you are. It is the great secret. The listener will notice that in the many passages where Lao Tzu describes the master, I've used the pronoun she at least as often as he. The Chinese language doesn't make this kind of distinction. In English, we have to choose. But since we are all potentially the master, since the master is essentially us, I felt it would be untrue to present a male archetype, as other versions have ironically done. Ironically, because of all the great world religions, the teaching of Lao Tzu is by far the most female. Of course, you should feel free throughout the recording to substitute he for she, or vice versa. As to method, I worked from Paul Karas's literal version, which provides English equivalents, often very quaint ones, alongside each of the Chinese ideograms. I also consulted dozens of translations into English, German, and French. But the most essential preparation for my work was a 14 years long course of Zen training, which brought me face to face with Lao Tzu and his true disciples and heirs, the early Chinese Zen masters. With great poetry, the freest translation is sometimes the most faithful. We must try its effect as an English poem, Dr. Johnson said. That is the way to judge of the merit of a translation. I've often been fairly literal, or as literal as one can be with such a subtle, kaleidoscopic book as the Tao Te Ching. But I have also paraphrased, expanded, contracted, interpreted, worked with the text, played with it, until it became embodied in a language that felt genuine to me. If I haven't always translated Lao Tzu's words, my intention has always been to translate his mind. Describing the indescribable, teaching the unteachable, pointing the way to the way. What does Lao Tzu think he is doing here? It can't be done. No way. Hence, Po Chu-yi, poet and stand-up comedian, wrote, "He who talks doesn't know, he who knows doesn't talk." That is what Lao Tzu told us in a book of 5,000 words. If he was the one who knew, how could he have been such a blabbermouth? That's the problem with spiritual teachers. They have to be blabbermouths. But their words are, in the traditional Buddhist metaphor, fingers pointing at the moon. If you watch the finger, you can't see the moon. How meticulous the great masters had to be. A monk asked Matsu, "Why do you teach mind is Buddha?" Matsu said, "To stop a baby from crying." The monk said, "When the crying has stopped, what then?" Matsu said, "Then I teach, not mind, not Buddha." The monk said, "How about someone who isn't attached to either?" Matsu said, "I would tell him, not beings." The monk said, "And what if you met a man unattached to all things? What would you tell him?" Matsu said, "I would just let him experience the great Tao." In fact, the truth is right before our eyes, right under our noses. So simple that every child understands it. And yet, as Bante said, the farther you enter into it, the deeper it is. Where is the way to the way? What a question. Still, for complicated minds, drastic measures are needed. Lao Tzu's book was written as a response out of grandmotherly kindness. According to the oldest biography, Lao Tzu lived for a long time in the country of Chu, but seeing its decline, he departed. When he reached the frontier, the guard said, "Since you are going away, sir, could you write a book to teach me the art of living?" Thereupon, Lao Tzu wrote his book about the Tao and departed. This is legend, but it is an accurate description of the way in which true teaching happens. He who knows doesn't talk, but words are no hindrance for him. He uses them as he would use gardening tools. When someone asks, he answers. Tao Te Ching. 1. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The unnameable is the eternally real. Naming is the origin of all particular things. Free from desire, you realize the mystery. Caught in desire, you see only the manifestations. Yet mystery and manifestations arise from the same source. This source is called darkness. Darkness within darkness. The gateway to all understanding. 2. When people see some things as beautiful, other things become ugly. When people see some things as good, other things become bad. Being and non-being create each other. Difficult and easy support each other. Long and short define each other. High and low depend on each other. Before and after follow each other. Therefore the master acts without doing anything and teaches without saying anything. Things arise and she lets them come. Things disappear and she lets them go. She has but doesn't possess. Acts but doesn't expect. When her work is done, she forgets it. That is why it lasts forever. 3. If you overesteem great men, people become powerless. If you overvalue possessions, people begin to steal. The master leads by emptying people's minds and filling their cores, by weakening their ambition and toughening their resolve. He helps people lose everything they know, everything they desire, and creates confusion in those who think that they know. Practice not doing, and everything will fall into place. 4. The Tao is like a well, used but never used up. It is like the eternal void, filled with infinite possibilities. It is hidden but always present. I don't know who gave birth to it. It is older than God. 5. The Tao doesn't take sides. It gives birth to both good and evil. The Master doesn't take sides. She welcomes both saints and sinners. The Tao is like a bellows. It is empty, yet infinitely capable. The more you use it, the more it produces. The more you talk of it, the less you understand. the Great Mother. Empty, yet inexhaustible, it gives birth to infinite worlds. It is always present within you. You can use it any way you want. 7. The Tao is infinite, eternal. Why is it eternal? It was never born, thus it can never die. Why is it infinite? It has no desires for itself, thus it is present for all beings. The Master stays behind. That is why she is ahead. She is detached from all things. That is why she is one with them. Because she has let go of herself, she is perfectly fulfilled. 8. The Supreme Good is like water, which nourishes all things without trying to. It is content with the low places that people disdain. Thus, it is like the Tao. In dwelling, live close to the ground. In thinking, keep to the simple. In conflict, be fair and generous. In governing, don't try to control. In work, do what you enjoy. In family life, be completely present. When you are content to be simply yourself and don't compare or compete, everybody will respect you. 9. Fill your bowl to the brim, and it will spill. Keep sharpening your knife, and it will blunt. Chase after money and security, and your heart will never unclench. Care about people's approval, and you will be their prisoner. Do your work, then step back. The only path to serenity. 10. Can you coax your mind from its wandering and keep to the original oneness? Can you let your body become supple as a newborn child's? Can you cleanse your inner vision until you see nothing but the light? Can you love people and lead them without imposing your will? Can you deal with the most vital matters by letting events take their course? Can you step back from your own mind and thus understand all things? Giving birth and nourishing. Having without possessing. Acting with no expectations. Leading and not trying to control. This is the supreme virtue. 11. We join spokes together in a wheel, but it is the center hole that makes the wagon move. We shape clay into a pot, but it is the emptiness inside that holds whatever we want. We hammer wood for a house, but it is the inner space that makes it livable. We work with being, but non-being is what we use. 12. Colors blind the eye. Sounds deafen the ear. Flavors numb the taste. Thoughts weaken the mind. Desires wither the heart. The master observes the world, but trusts his inner vision. He allows things to come and go. His heart is open as the sky. 13. Success is as dangerous as failure. Hope is as hollow as fear. What does it mean that success is as dangerous as failure? Whether you go up the ladder or down it, your position is shaky. When you stand with your 2 feet on the ground, you will always keep your balance. What does it mean that hope is as hollow as fear? Hope and fear are both phantoms that arise from thinking of the self. When we don't see the self as self, what do we have to fear? See the world as yourself. Have faith in the way things are. Love the world as yourself. Then you can care for all things. 14. Look, and it can't be seen. Listen, and it can't be heard. Reach, and it can't be grasped. Above, it isn't bright. Below, it isn't dark. Seamless, unnameable, it returns to the realm of nothing. Form that includes all forms. Image without an image. Subtle, beyond all conception. Approach it, and there is no beginning. Follow it, and there is no end. You can't know it, but you can be it. At ease in your own life. Just realize where you come from. This is the essence of wisdom. 15. The ancient masters were profound and subtle. Their wisdom was unfathomable. There is no way to describe it. All we can describe is their appearance. They were careful as someone crossing an iced-over stream, alert as a warrior in enemy territory, courteous as a guest, fluid as melting ice, shapeable as a block of wood, receptive as a valley, clear as a glass of water. Do you have the patience to wait till your mud settles and the water is clear? Can you remain unmoving till the right action arises by itself? master doesn't seek fulfillment. Not seeking, not expecting. She is present and can welcome all things. 16. Empty your mind of all thoughts. Let your heart be at peace. Watch the turmoil of beings, but contemplate their return. Each separate being in the universe returns to the common source. Returning to the source is serenity. If you don't realize the source, you stumble in confusion and sorrow. When you realize where you come from, you naturally become tolerant, disinterested, amused, kind-hearted as a grandmother, dignified as a king. Immersed in the wonder of the Tao, you can deal with whatever life brings you. And when death comes, you are ready. 17. When the master governs, the people are hardly aware that he exists. Next best is a leader who is loved. Next, one who is feared. The worst is one who is despised. If you don't trust the people, you make them untrustworthy. The master doesn't talk, he acts. When his work is done, the people say, amazing, we did it, all by ourselves. 18. When the great Tao is forgotten, goodness and piety appear. When the body's intelligence declines, cleverness and knowledge step forth. When there is no peace in the family, filial piety begins. When the country falls into chaos, patriotism is born. 19. Throw away holiness and wisdom, and people will be 100 times happier. Throw away morality and justice, and people will do the right thing. Throw away industry and profit, and there won't be any thieves. If these three aren't enough, just stay at the center of the circle and let all things take their course. 20. Stop thinking and end your problems. What difference between yes and no? What difference between success and failure? Must you value what others value? Avoid what others avoid? How ridiculous. Other people are excited, as though they were at a parade. I alone don't care. I alone am expressionless, like an infant before it can smile. Other people have what they need. I alone possess nothing. I someone without a home. I'm like an idiot. My mind is so empty. Other people are bright. I alone am dark. Other people are sharp. I alone am dull. Other people have a purpose. I alone don't know. I drift like a wave on the ocean. I blow as aimless as the wind. I am different from ordinary people. I drink from the great mother's breasts. 21. The master keeps her mind always at one with the Tao. That is what gives her her radiance. The Tao is ungraspable. How can her mind be at one with it? Because she doesn't cling to ideas. The Tao is dark and unfathomable. How can it make her radiant? Because she lets it. Since before time and space were, the Tao is. It is beyond is and is not. How do I know this is true? I look inside myself and see. 22. If you want to become whole, let yourself be partial. If you want to become straight, let yourself be crooked. If you want to become full, let yourself be empty. If you want to be reborn, let yourself die. If you want to be given everything, give everything up. The Master, by residing in the Tao, sets an example for all beings. Because he doesn't display himself, people can see his light. Because he has nothing to prove, people can trust his words. Because he doesn't know who he is, people recognize themselves in him. Because he has no goal in mind, everything he does succeeds. When the ancient masters said, if you want to be given everything, give everything up, they weren't using empty phrases. Only in being lived by the Tao can you be truly yourself. 23. Express yourself completely, then keep quiet. Be like the forces of nature. When it blows, there is only wind. When it rains, there is only rain. When the clouds pass, the sun shines through. If you open yourself to the Tao, you are at one with the Tao, and you can embody it completely. If you open yourself to insight, you You are at one with insight, and you can use it completely. If you open yourself to loss, you are at one with loss, and you can accept it completely. Open yourself to the Tao, then trust your natural responses, and everything will fall into place. 24. He who stands on tiptoe doesn't stand firm. He who rushes ahead doesn't go far. He who tries to shine dims his own light. He who defines himself can't know who he really is. He who has power over others can't empower himself. He who clings to his work will create nothing that endures. If you want to accord with the Tao, just do your job, then let go. 25. There was something formless and perfect before the universe was born. It is serene, empty, solitary, unchanging, infinite, eternally present. It is the mother of the universe. For lack of a better name, I call it the Tao. It flows through all things, inside and outside, and returns to the origin of all things. The Tao is great. The universe is great. Earth is great. Man is great. These are the four great powers. Man follows the earth. Earth follows the universe. The universe follows the Tao. The Tao follows only itself. 26. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved is the source of all movement. Thus the master travels all day without leaving home. However splendid the views, she stays serenely in herself. Why should the lord of the country flit about like a fool? If you let yourself be blown to and fro, you lose touch with your root. If you let restlessness move you, you lose touch with who you are. 27. A good traveler has no fixed plans and is not intent upon arriving. A good artist lets his intuition lead him wherever it wants. A good scientist has freed himself of concepts and keeps his mind open to what is. Thus, the Master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He is ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? If you don't understand this, you will get lost, however intelligent you are. It is the great secret. 28. Know the male, yet keep to the female. Receive the world in your arms. If you receive the world, the Tao will never leave you, and you will be like a little child. Know the white, yet keep to the black. Be a pattern for the world. If you are a pattern for the world, the Tao will be strong inside you, and there will be nothing you can't do. Know the personal, yet keep to the impersonal. Accept the world as it is. If you accept the world, the Tao will be luminous inside you, and you will return to your primal self. The world is formed from the void, like utensils from a block of wood. The Master knows the utensils, yet keeps to the block. Thus she can use all things. 29. Do you want to improve the world? I don't think it can be done. The world is sacred. It can't be improved. If you tamper with it, you'll ruin it. If you treat it like an object, you'll lose it. There's a time for being ahead, a time for being behind, a time for being in motion, a time for being at rest, a time for being vigorous, a time for being exhausted, a time for being safe, a time for being in danger. The Master sees things as they are, without trying to control them. She lets them go their own way, and resides at the center of the circle. 30. Whoever relies on the Tao in governing men doesn't try to force issues or defeat enemies by force of arms. For every force, there's a counterforce. Violence, even well-intentioned, always rebounds upon oneself. The Master does his job and then stops. He understands that the universe is forever out of control, and that trying to dominate events goes against the current of the Tao. Because he believes in himself, he doesn't try to convince others. Because he is content with himself, he doesn't need others' approval. Because he accepts himself, the whole world accepts him. 31. Weapons are the tools of violence. All decent men detest them. Weapons are the tools of fear. A decent man will avoid them, except in the direst necessity, and if compelled, will use them only with the utmost restraint. Peace is his highest value. If the peace has been shattered, how can he be content? His enemies are not demons, but human beings like himself. He doesn't wish them personal harm, nor does he rejoice in victory. How could he rejoice in victory and delight in the slaughter of men? He enters the battle gravely, with sorrow, and with great compassion, as if he were attending a funeral. 32. The Tao can't be perceived. Smaller than an electron, it contains uncountable galaxies. If powerful men and women could remain centered in the Tao, all things would be in harmony. The world would become a paradise. All people would be at peace, and the law would be written in their hearts. When you have names and forms, know that they are provisional. When you have institutions, know where their functions should end. Knowing when to stop, you can avoid any danger. All things end in the Tao, as rivers flow into the sea. 33. Knowing others is intelligence. Knowing yourself is true wisdom. Mastering others is strength. Mastering yourself is true power. If you realize that you have enough, you are truly rich. If you stay in the center and embrace death with your whole heart, you will endure forever. 34. The great Tao flows everywhere. All things are born from it, yet it doesn't create them. It pours itself into its work, yet it makes no claim. It nourishes infinite worlds, yet it doesn't hold on to them. Since it is merged with all things and hidden in their hearts, it can be called humble. Since all things vanish into it, and it alone endures, it can be called great. It isn't aware of its greatness, is truly great. 35. She who is centered in the Tao is without danger. She perceives the universal harmony, even amid great pain, because she has found peace in her heart. Seem monotonous and without flavor. When you look for it, you must first allow it to be given. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. Overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. Just show people the results. 37. The Tao never does anything, yet through it all things are done. If powerful men and women could center themselves in it, the whole world would be transformed by itself in its natural rhythms. People would be content with their simple, everyday lives, in harmony and free of desire. When there is no desire, all things are at peace. 38. The master doesn't try to be powerful. Thus, he is truly powerful and has enough. The master does nothing, yet he leaves nothing undone. The ordinary man is always doing things, yet many more are left to be done. The kind man does something, yet something remains undone. The moral man does something, and when no one responds, he rolls up his sleeves and uses force. When the Tao is lost, there is goodness. When goodness is lost, there is morality. When morality is lost, there is ritual. Ritual is the husk of true faith, the beginning of chaos. Therefore, the master concerns himself with the depths and not the surface, with the fruit and not the flower. He has no will of his own. He dwells in reality and lets all illusions go. 39. In harmony with the Tao, the sky is clear and spacious. The earth is solid and full. All creatures flourish together, content with the way they are, endlessly repeating themselves, endlessly renewed. When man interferes with the Tao, the sky becomes filthy. The earth becomes depleted. The equilibrium crumbles. Creatures become extinct. master views the parts with compassion because he understands the whole. His constant practice is humility. He doesn't glitter like a jewel, but lets himself be shaped by the Tao, as rugged and common as a stone. 40 is the way of the Tao. All things are born of being. Being is born of non-being. When a superior man hears of the Tao, he immediately begins to embody it. When an average man hears of the Tao, he half believes it, half doubts it. When a foolish man hears of the Tao, he laughs out loud. If he didn't laugh, it wouldn't be the Tao. Thus it is said, the path into the light seems dark. The path forward seems to go back. The direct path seems changeable. True clarity seems obscure. Different. The greatest wisdom seems childish. The Tao is nowhere to be found, yet it nourishes and completes all things. 42. The Tao gives birth to one. One gives birth to two. Two gives birth to three. Three gives birth to facing the male. When male and female combine, all things achieve harmony. Ordinary men hate solitude, but the master makes use of it, embracing his aloneness, realizing he is one with the whole universe. 43. The gentlest thing in the world overcomes the hardest thing in the world. That of non-action. Teaching without words. Performing without actions. That is the master's way.